No. 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 Hey, yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Yeah, cool. Yeah, she's a social psychologist that she she's an instructor at University of Chicago, but she very much does not want her name identifying information disclosed. So she is Abby from Political Psych. Okay. What do you think about the? Oh man, I wish I could change the color of the ticker on the bottom of the screen. Yeah, but I don't. Oh, okay, good. All right, well, sold. Yeah, so it's apparently a really common thing that people's cursors just disappear in OBS, and like I've tried a few of the hacks that some folks recommended uh, with intermittent success. Oh no, that's the ticker. I'm trying to grab the corner of the video of the Google Meet window, but I can't find my freaking mouse or my cursor. Okay. Let's move that closer to the edge, and then I don't have to guess as far. Okay. All right. Now I can just. It's big enough. Big enough. Big enough. Big enough. Okay. And then Why is I thought I copied and pasted that. Oh.
Yeah, thanks so much, Matt, for having me. Can you hear me okay? Yeah.
Okay. Apparently, I was muted when I introduced David. So I will do that again. David Evan Harris is a fabulous scholar, and he was a colleague of mine back at Meta on the civic integrity team. Nowadays, he's the Chancellor's Public Scholar at the University of California in Berkeley, and he was recently named one of the top 100 AI minds by Business Insider. And I'm honored to have my friend and colleague David Evan Harris here to share what he knows about monitoring harmful content on tech and kind of monitoring for interference and problems related to elections. So, without further ado, David, political psych with Abby can hear me. So there's a 7 second lag between um, us talking and it actually appearing on YouTube. No, they okay. Oh, hold on. They can't hear you, so why not? Oh, well, let's see. I'm say something, David. Did not. Oh gosh. I don't know. I don't know how to change this. I don't know how to make it so you're audible. Oh, you are definitely you are a brilliant mind and certainly deserve to be heard. So why? Okay. Uh, we're gonna take a brief break to troubleshoot this. Uh, Ian Tingen, could you possibly hop onto the Google call with us? Oh God. Oh, so yeah. Uh, was it you that this was happening? Okay, yeah. So, for some reason, it. Oh gosh, why does it do this? Um, so when I share my screen, it doesn't show like things that pop up when I click on them. And I had to figure out why. So you can't see what's popping up when I'm clicking on them. So let's see. So, oh wait. Oh, so I think, okay, present something else. Entire screen, screen two.
Start or refresh it because sometimes there's nothing in that one, is there? Son of a gun. Yeah, I don't. To be honest, I don't know about that one in particular. Um, like
All right. Can you hear me now? Well, voila! we are back in business. David is casting his vote right now and will be back with us in just a moment. Apologies for this. Nick and I had tested extensively talking with multiple videos, but nobody had challenged us for uh, audio only input. So uh, he's being a naughty little red teamer and um, challenging us and finding our edge cases. So we actually missed the first round of polls closing, and because I've been in the weeds with OBS, I don't know what's happening. And David swears he's going to have video with us, even though we figured out the audio problems. Later on, I'll actually show you a dashboard that Jeff Allen from the Integrity Institute, formerly of Meta and some other tech companies, built for us. He has access to the Blue Sky Fire hose, and he built a very nice dashboard that allows us to query data in real time, and we can see how conversations are changing on Blue Sky and the things that people are talking about. So uh, after we talk with David, uh, I'll give you a little run through of that, and then we can just do the fun part and try to figure out what's happening. And if anybody would like to sign up to present or share their experience working on elections or at tech companies, uh, we have a sign up sheet that we can post in the chat. I also created a form where you can share with us any weird things that you're seeing related to the election on social media. So if my cursor is still um, hiding from me, but I do have a form that I'm trying to share with you as soon as I can find my cursor. Okay, here we go. Oh my gosh. And we're still waiting on David to come back. He should be here any minute now.
Hey, Matt,
Hey, David.
can you hear me okay?
I can hear you just fine. Now I will make you big. Or not.
I'm happy the size I am.
I can't see you.
Oh no! No. Should I go back to my audio
No,
form?
no. You're fine. Change layout. Auto. Okay. Yeah. So Nick, you're the meeting host, so I don't have that power. But if you could pin David, that'd be great. It's showing 3 people and your pink square, pink circle in your square.
So are we live?
We are live, yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
hello world.
Oh, there's Nick. Okay.
Great. I opened the YouTube in another window and that got very confusing. Should I be talking?
Yeah, let's talk.
All right. Did you want to kick us off again?
Okay, so again, for those of you who did not hear because of our various audio problems, David Evan Harris is with us today, and David was a colleague of mine back when I worked at Meta for a few years, and now he is the Chancellor's Public Scholar at the University of California, Berkeley, and recently was named one of the top 100 minds in AI, according to Business Insider. And recently, he testified in front of Congress. So, David, what do you want to tell us about working in tech and with AI and election security?
Well, thanks so much, Matt, for putting this together and for having me here. I think it's so important that we experience our democracy with friends and in community because it's really not something you should have to do alone. And yeah, I can't believe the election is finally here. I think you probably, like me, have been anticipating this for years and waiting for this day in some ways since the last one. But this election has been particularly one where I've found myself in demand because I think I'm one of the small handful of people who've both worked on election integrity in a tech company and also worked on responsible AI and generative AI. and so there's just a lot I could talk about. Maybe I should talk about a couple of the organizations I work with. In addition to teaching at UC Berkeley, I've been working for the past 11 months with a group called Common Cause, and in particular the California Initiative for Technology and Democracy. And with that group, I helped pass 2 laws that are now on the books in California that are about deepfakes and elections, and that's AB 2655 and 2839 by Assembly members Berman and Pellerin. And those 2 ban the use of certain types of election deepfakes, particularly egregious ones, and they require that social media platforms, when they know about those election deepfakes, take them down. Unfortunately, there is a court battle taking place right now, but that's what we have to expect with AI laws. But that's one thing I've been working on with respect to this election. And the other is with the Brennan Center for Justice at NYU. I've been an advisor there and helping them with their work to prepare election officials who are on the front lines of these elections and are so important to the work that we do. And I helped in Arizona last December run a 200-person tabletop exercise, a simulation of AI threats to elections, and also wrote a guide with some of my colleagues at the Brennan Center all about how local election officials can prepare. And I think it's really important that we've been preparing for this election. We continue to get messages from the United States government, from our intelligence apparatus, that the elections are under attack actively from probably a mix of Russia and China, most likely, and possibly Iran and North Korea as well. And we know that AI is a tool that they're using. We learned last Friday that the Chinese military is using an AI tool produced by our former employer. That's Llama. Llama is something the Chinese military has been deploying apparently for a variety of purposes, and testing it out and seeing what it can do for them. And that's all not to say that we shouldn't be careful to differentiate between challenges with disinformation online and the fact that we really are, I think, in a worse place today than we were 4 years ago in terms of our ability as outside researchers, as academics, and as journalists to really understand what's going on the social media platforms. So there are tools like CrowdTangle that existed in 2020 don't exist today, and the tech companies. We know that Elon Musk cut somewhere around 81% of Twitter's workforce. So a lot of people who used to be doing that election integrity work are not doing that work anymore. We know that Mark Zuckerberg said that he admired what a lean company Elon had been able to make Twitter, and also he got rid of so many different groups of people in trust and safety, integrity, content moderation that were working on this. So, but I do want to say, while I am very concerned about the use of AI in our elections, I'm also more confident in our actual election infrastructure than I was in 2020, because I think that there were a lot of attempts to interfere, fake electors schemes, attempts to find votes where there weren't any in Georgia, accusations against election workers, and the people behind a lot of those efforts to subvert the actual mechanics of our elections, the counting of votes, the casting of votes. A lot of people, unfortunately not candidate Trump himself, but many people around him have suffered serious consequences from that. And I think because of those consequences and because of the work that many have been doing, including many of my colleagues at the Brennan Center, to strengthen our actual voting infrastructure, our vote counting infrastructure, I don't worry. Of course, if something happens, but I'm not very worried about the actual vote counting process. I'm a little bit more, or I'd say a lot more, worried about the information ecosystem and efforts to subvert it. And I think I'll also give one more thought, and then I'll hand it back to you, Matt. And that's that I like to remind people that the 2016 election was the most recent election where we had really broad interference through social media, and a lot of people who are old enough now to remember. I was with my students at Berkeley today. A lot of them aren't old enough to remember the 2016 election, but in the 2016 election, we had Cambridge Analytica, a political consulting firm that claimed to be able to interfere in the elections by using tons of data that they gathered from Facebook profiles of people, millions of people, somewhere around 100 million people, to create personalized content, advertising to manipulate their votes based on personal information about them. We also had the Russian Internet Research Agency based in St. Petersburg and the military intelligence unit of the GRU in Russia. We had all of them interfering in different ways in the 2016 election, and that really didn't come to light. And we didn't get the full, or maybe full-ish picture of that we have today until around 2018. And so I would hesitate to make any pronouncements, even though some people might be inclined to do so, that AI didn't play the huge role that people have been scared about in this election right now, because it's very possible that things are happening that we can't see right now because of the way that the platforms have evolved and reduced transparency since 2020 in many ways, and also we may never know what's happening on encrypted messaging platforms like WhatsApp, iMessage, Telegram, Signal, which are places where it's very hard to know the scope of interference. But anyway, that's a a little bit of a monologue. I apologize, but yeah, what else can I tell you? Or do you have any thoughts to share, Matt or Nick?
Yeah, I think that's a great point. We didn't really know what the involvement was in 2016. I think there was whispers of something weird going on with kind of the divisive kind of fake accounts that were appearing in these large Facebook groups, but we didn't really know. I don't think the Senate report came out until like even 2019 after like there was a big blow up in 2018. So certainly we didn't know the extent of the impact of Russia's involvement in the 2016 election until much later. What so and but we all know that we worked extensively combating these kinds of influence operations and coordinated inauthentic behavior campaigns from different countries since then. Do we have any signals on that so far this year? This morning, one of the first news stories I saw was that that there were bomb threats at a precinct in Georgia, or several precincts in Georgia, and the Republican Secretary of State there, Brad Raffensperger, he said, "Oh well, the investigation makes it look like one, the threats were not credible, but two, they were actually stemming from Russia."
Yeah, so that I've been teaching all day, so I just got done a long day of teaching, so I'm not up to speed on the last 8 hours of announcements, which is a very hard thing to do on election day. What I did see yesterday was this New York Times article. The headline was Russia escalates efforts to subvert election and instill fear in voters, U.S. says, and so I think that fits the pattern of 2016. I think an important thing for us to remember about 2016 also and Russian interference efforts, while maybe there is a little bit of room for interpretation, my interpretation of the Mueller report and everything we know today is that there may have been kind of some two distinct motives behind Russian 2016 interference in the U.S. election. One, probably to get Trump elected, but another to just simply decrease trust in American institutions of democracy, and maybe a third, distinct from that, is heighten social cleavages and polarize the U.S. more. And it appears that that's also been one of China's objectives, especially with a campaign called the Spamouflage campaign. But I'll drop this New York Times article from yesterday in the chat on the YouTube. Unfortunately, it sounds like there's an echo from me. I'm sorry. I can switch my microphone and see if that sounds better. Someone want to tell me, is the echo gone now? Now that I switched microphones? And anyone tell me? I guess there's a delay on the YouTube. Am I less echoey?
There's a 7-second delay between us talking and YouTube.
Still echoing. Oh no. I'm not sure what to do about that. I can change my speaker, but I'm just on the AirPod here. I don't know. I think if I change that, that could cause other problems. Is it so bad that I should not talk, or I should rejoin, or something, or restart, or something?
It's better than before, but still there. So, progress.
Okay. All right, it's mostly okay now. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Well, anyway, all right, I dropped a link in there, and then it looks like we actually maybe have two different New York Times articles from yesterday about the interference. And again, and one of these was just updated today, so I'm not up to the minute on this, but it does seem pretty clear. The other really interesting news item was this recording from Friday that the Chinese military that I mentioned that the Chinese military is building on Llama, Meta's open source AI system. And I'm going to drop a link to that one in there in the chat too.
Anything else I can tell you, Matt?
Yeah. So, David and I, we've been trying to have a podcast conversation for quite a while, but again, we were having audio issues there. So we've got a common denominator now. It's either you or me. I don't know, or maybe both of us. But one of the things that I wanted to talk more with David about is in August, I wrote an op-ed for Tech Policy Press, kind of looking at the rhetoric surrounding AI and all the claims that it's going to hijack democracy and have these huge effects on all the 60 plus elections that more than 4 billion people voted in this past year. But we haven't seen a whole lot of those effects yet. Now, to be fair, sometimes it takes a long time to realize what the effects are. But in terms of deep fakes and a lot of the things that people were talking about, we haven't seen those so publicly. And almost everybody has voted in terms of the global elections in this year of elections. So what, and maybe you've been deeper in the weeds on this, David, than I have. So what are some of the harms we've seen from AI in elections in this year?
Yeah, that's a great question, Matt. And I do think, we saw in the 2016 election, there was a late breaking Pope endorses Donald Trump piece of disinformation that circulated. So there's not like a last minute single deep fake that went viral that a bunch of people saw that's fake. But I think that speaks to the power of these AI systems, which is that they, it was back and worse.
I just turned off one of the other audio inputs, so maybe that will help on my end.
Is it better now?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, maybe if you mute when I'm talking, will that help? Is the echo just for me or for Matt also, Abby?
Keep talking, David.
Is it? Oh, it's perfect now. Okay, great. It's perfect now. Yay. All right. I am going to have to go in a couple of minutes. But I think, so yeah, let's see, where was I? What was that? I completely lost my train of thought. What I was going to say is like, we don't have that example of the, an image deepfake like the ones early in the campaign of Donald Trump kissing or hugging Anthony Fauci, for example. We don't have one of those that surfaced in the last few days. But that speaks to, in some ways, the nature of AI-based interference in elections is that it makes, AI makes it much, much easier to personalize election interference, and it makes it much easier to have it be undetected or difficult to track. And that's especially the case if you were to, for example, use encrypted communications platforms like WhatsApp, Telegram, Signal, iMessage to distribute one-on-one, customized, personalized disinformation. And that could be in the form of audio, it could be in the form of video, images, or it could be text or chatbots posing as people that are working on the same objectives that we've already seen evidence of from Chinese and Russian influence operations. And so I think it's it's very important for us to not overhype something, but I think it's also very important for us to be transparent about our ability to actually know what's happening. The tech platforms themselves have retracted the large amounts of people by the thousands whose jobs are to work on detecting these problems. And the technology for interfering in elections is now much more widely distributed, much more accessible. What you could have done in 2016 with the 1,000 people whose full-time job it was to work at the Internet Research Agency in St. Petersburg, maybe you could now do with 100 people or 10 people, and maybe you could actually do it better with less errors in your English because you have access to tools like Llama that can be run locally on the hardware of the Chinese military, as again we heard reported last week on Friday. Again, confirmation that Meta's powerful AI system, Llama, that can generate text and images, is now in use by the Chinese military.
So, in terms of these messaging apps, have you heard whispers of these kinds of applications that you're talking about?
So what I know, my personal experience, is I've been getting dozens and dozens of election-related messages on iMessage in particular. I gave a talk to a room full of about hundreds of people last week, and I asked them how many of them actually click the button that says report and block on iMessage when you get election spam, and more than half the people in that room, this was a room of tech people, said that they actually click the report and block button. And it's hard for me to imagine. I use Verizon, and it's an Apple iPhone that I use iMessage with. It's really hard for me to imagine that Verizon and Apple are actually doing anything when I click that report and block button. And I get spam calls related to elections also, and I always click block on those, but there's not even a report button for a spam phone call. There's just a block button, which to me sends a message like maybe that's only happening locally on my device, or is it just a setting between me and the phone company? It's not even clear, and we just have no transparency about what they're doing. WhatsApp is the same way. I regularly get spam WhatsApp messages, more often commercially motivated, like cryptocurrency scams than election related things. But I get so many of these things that it's hard for me to believe that the companies are investigating in any serious or dedicated way what's actually going on there.
It's so interesting to hear that, because like the only messages so I get a lot of phishing messages. None of them are political. It's just, hey, want to get together? It's like, who are you? And they're like, isn't this Gloria? I'm like, no, I'm not Gloria. They're like, oh, I'm so sorry. Oh, you seem so nice. Let's talk.
Yeah,
No,
yeah.
I'm not sending money to a Nigerian prince. I'm sorry. But and then the other thing that I get a lot of it is crypto, like crypto
Yeah.
messages on every single app. Like none of them are as bad as Instagram or WhatsApp. Well, Instagram, WhatsApp, and Twitter X. I get like, I don't know, maybe 80% of my messages there are like just this crypto stuff, and I don't know, like I'm not particularly interested in that. But that's really the slop that I'm getting there.
Yeah.
I don't think I've seen any like kind of political ones, and I'm even on like Telegram and some of these other places that have been busted for some kind of nefarious political things.
Yeah. I mean, I think this has to do with where our phone numbers are floating around the dark web, and who's buying and selling them, and selling them for what reasons. Maybe it's because I made a small political donation 4 years ago or 8 years ago, that I am getting the political ones, and I don't know who Gloria is and if you were hanging out with her 8 years ago, but maybe that's what's happening. I do have to run right now, but I'll try to check in 4 or 5 hours and see if this is still going. But I just want to give a big thanks to Matt and Nick for hosting this, and it's so exciting to get to, and also frightening, but to share this day with you guys. So thank you.
Thanks for coming on, David.
My pleasure.
Okay, would anybody like to come on and chat about anything related to tech and the elections, or maybe satisfy my burning curiosity about what's actually happening with the elections, because I've been so wrapped up with all the details of getting this audio problem figured out that I'm more ignorant of the election returns right now than I've ever been in probably the last 20 years of my life. Nick?
Looks like
You're very quiet.
Oh.
Get closer to your microphone.
closer, yeah. I was saying that it looks like Abby might be joining us here in a few moments. Your microphone closer, yeah. I was saying that it looks like Abby might be joining us here in a few moments.
Abby, do you have headphones?
Give me 1 second. Yes, but I don't typically find them to be necessary for this. Is there an echo?
Originally, I heard Nick talking to you, but
Oh, that
I
was
think it's
because
fine.
I accidentally still had the stream on.
Okay.
Turn that off, so it should be okay now. I'll keep the chat open, and see if anyone is hearing an echo.
Okay. So Abby runs a very popular political psychology YouTube channel.
Not that popular.
At Political Psych with Abby, and she's a political psychologist. So, do you want to take us away? Maybe give us an update on what you're seeing?
Oh yeah, sure. So I've also been trying to work on the troubleshooting the tech issues. So I really don't know exactly either. I currently have the news on with the sound off in the room I'm currently in. It looks well, they just said Kamala Harris is projected to win Maryland, but they're doing that with 0% of the vote in. So I think she was always projected to win Maryland. I'm not a pollster. I'm not a statistician. Trump is currently leading in the Electoral College, but I think that has to do with what states have been counted and such so far.
Yeah, we
yeah,
should be getting our next batch of poll closures momentarily. Should have been 8 o'clock for some of the central time zone folks.
Yeah.
Or Eastern time zone, rather.
Yeah. Yeah, so I didn't really prepare anything specific going into this. One thing that people were highlighting earlier is, and then I've seen this, a lot of people posting on social media and stuff about stress on relationships coming in this election, especially women who are not Trump supporters, who are married to Trump supporters. There seems to be, a certain amount of backlash that people are experiencing. I have only anecdotes, not statistics here. But it seems as though, there's stress on relationships, and that it's, this widening gender divide, which is not, something that's been seen as much in past elections. Yeah. Sorry, I didn't have a whole long speech prepared. Should I just keep talking?
Yeah, you keep going. I'm
okay.
troubleshooting some other things.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Are you checking something else? I couldn't see what was...
Yeah. I'm gonna turn off my camera so I'm not distracting you.
Okay. Yeah. I noticed that we have another person here with us. Alexis, would you like to introduce yourself?
Hey, yeah, sorry about that. I was choking on matcha pocky. I'm Alexis. I've been working in elections since for way too long. My first election was 2012, working for Obama. Worked on Senate races, fundraiser, taught people how to run for office. Pretty much worked every election cycle. Was one of the people who helped run the war room in 2020 for the US election at Meta. And then over the past year, I've been doing election integrity work as a contractor at Google, focus on every single goddamn election in the world, including this one. But today I'm here in my personal capacity because I've been in a war room all day. I also run a consulting firm where I work with election integrity, election protection people. And so we've been up since 7:30 this morning, tracking a ton of different flashpoints, starting in Kentucky, where there were issues with e-polls. And so people were in line for almost 2.5 hours this morning without any updates from the Secretary of State's office. And we had to work with the Louisville, Kentucky mayor to like release a statement. The Georgia bomb threats, which were Russian hoax. But still, we ended up in a situation where I was on a call earlier with folks from Lawyers Committee and other partner organizations where they were filing lawsuits. This way they could extend the polling location times because of the rules in Georgia. And so I think polling locations are closed, but I just got a notification that I think 2 may have been extended. I'm going to be up until like 3 a.m. Just tracking results as they come in, because we aren't expecting real results from, let's see, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, or Michigan until tomorrow morning, or like early morning to like late tonight, early tomorrow morning. Same thing with Arizona and Nevada. 30,000 ballots not to be recounted in Wisconsin, which is just like, I think Wisconsin's trying to show up Pennsylvania at this point in time. It's really annoying. But we should hear results from, I think we already called Virginia for Harris, Florida possibly for Trump, but the numbers are still early. But we should get Ohio and Colorado tonight. I'm going to jump soon because I have a war room meeting in 10 minutes, but I basically have been tracking misinformation all day today and doing counterpoints around some of the stories that I just highlighted. And we're expecting more as the night goes on, and then also trying to inoculate the public to help them understand that we might not get like true election results tonight, but that doesn't mean that some platforms will take down claims that candidates won or lost the election, which is actually like what I'm worried about. I was also tracking Stop the Steal earlier today on Truth Social. Seems like the same type of like bullshit from 2020 when like Stop the Steal first reared its ugly head. Sorry, guys, I'm really tired, so I have no filter on today. Matt knows me well. Matt knows me well. So like, I'm just gonna like, but
so for people that don't know, Alexis and I, we get along very well. But she is much more proper and formally trained in things like communication and politics. And me, I just kind of talk. So Alexis says things in very polite ways, then sounds brilliant because she is. But sometimes people don't hear exactly what they need to hear when she's talking. So much like Key and Peele, I developed a bit of a tendency to be Alexis's anger translator.
He is my anger. Matt has been a really good anger translator, and which actually, what I'll say today is one of the best things that has happened for this election, and hopefully we can see this like as the numbers come in, is like people were really freaked out around like Russian misinformation and election interference and all the crap that Elon Musk was pulling, that like we have long lines, that we had like record like mail-in early voting because people were worried that their votes wouldn't count. So the hysteria kind of really worked in our favor, but also like having the Department of Homeland Security, DOJ, FBI, CISA released reports. That's something we didn't see in the past. And I think like that awareness campaign like really got people invigorated. And, you know, for what it's worth, I think Elon is like the worst. I thought he was when he like bought X, but like or Twitter. And we're seeing that play out in real time. And I think if there's one outcome from this election, no matter who wins, I think we're going to see a lot of like technology regulation, because there's no way in hell that like one man could be so powerful, right? Like,
Yeah.
like it just, you know, like
Yeah.
Mark, right? Like it used to be like, you know, everyone's targeting Mark Zuckerberg as like he's like this like antichrist, and it's just like, no, he's actually just a tech guy.
Mhm.
Elon Musk is peddling false information, knowingly peddling false information, is
Yeah.
being sued for giving people millions of dollars, register people who already like voted in some cases,
Yeah.
you know. And so it's like, and we don't have election laws around that, so you can
Yeah.
get away with this type of election engineering, which is not what we saw during the EU election, during the French snap election, during a UK snap election, right? We didn't see it in India. We didn't see it in Pakistan, right? We didn't see it in Indonesia. We didn't see it in Turkey, but we're seeing it here. We didn't see it in South Africa, right? And then like this whole AI thing, it's just like most of the misinformation that I've been seeing over the past 6 months related to the US election has not been created by AI. It's just stupidity. And it's people not knowing what the process is, and people using manipulated content, right? And we all know what manipulated content looks like because it's not new. So none of the stuff that we're seeing in terms of misinfo, disinfo is new, right? So like things that we're tracking right now related to polling hours, because of like everything that happened today in like Louisville and in Georgia and in Florida, right? Like there was a voter system that was down for almost 4 hours where people can figure out their voter information. And that leads to a lot of confusion. But like, that's not AI. That's literally like the election commission, like not getting their technology right. And so you have misinformation related to voting hours because things had to change, but like that's not AI and that's not Russia. That literally like things change, and lawyers are filing petitions to extend voting times, right?
Yeah.
And so something that you posted 4 hours ago could be completely like null and void by, you know, just by happenstance, right? So like it's interesting because this is an important election, but I think for like us working in tech, I don't think it's like super consequential. I think it just highlights how stupid the American population is. And like, sorry, I'm really tired, guys. But like, and
You're
how
talking more like me today, Alexis.
I know. This is what I'm really tired. But this is what happens when we don't educate our public. But this is also what happens where like we do not do the work creating regulations and creating election laws to prevent this type of madness, right? And so there's no reason for any of us to be like worried about like election policies and enforcement, or having a candidate saying, oh, I won the election, and having to figure out like what we're going to do about it, when like there should be some type of like legal standing where it's like you cannot declare that you're the winner of the election on any media outlet, period. Right? Like, I feel like that's kind of common sense. So that's a rag on the American people. I used to work in the US Senate. Like, like I believe in public service and helping people, but like some of this is just yes. That's my rant.
Incredibly useful educational rant.
Thank you. I'm glad someone thinks about it. I have 5 more out. Wait, it's 8 p.m.
Yeah.
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 6-7 more hours of being up
Yeah.
because I'm tracking Wisconsin whenever that stuff starts to come in, and with them recounting 30,000 votes. Did you guys see that?
No.
Like, they left the back door of a machine open, and so like they are recounting votes. like what, like literally. Hold on, I have to find it because my friend sent it to me, and I was just like, this isn't real. Milwaukee. Yeah, 30,000 absentee ballots need to be recounted.
Oh, and that's really unfortunate because it's gonna, there are people who look for any hole, any inconsistency to delegitimize the election in their own minds, right? And especially change, right? Change in policy makes people think of things as less legitimate. So like, it's just one of those things where like little administrative errors have these big, far-reaching consequences.
They do, and they cancel out the good, right? And I think like that's the hard part, because it's like the people who are election officials, the people who are volunteering their time, they actually, like, this is what they chose to do, right? Like they want to do this. They're also under a lot of pressure and scrutiny. So like we're also like at a point where like we can't give them grace because like we want perfection, because we know what perfection doesn't look like. But we're also like, it's been a long journey, right? Do you guys remember in Georgia a few weeks ago, they tried to, what was it, hand count every ballot or whatever? Like the judge had to, like, stuff like that. Like that is electioneering, right? Like that stuff doesn't really, that is so political that it ruins and erodes our like election process. And then I don't know if you guys saw over the weekend in Colorado, people were calling for Secretary of State's resignation. Jenna Griswold, she has been the victim of a lot of like manipulated media, deep fakes for years. And because there was an error where like codes were released to the public, but like it wasn't her fault, like it was being handled. But Colorado is one of the states that has like one of the best election protection programs, and they invested heavily in like online and like technology protection for the election, right? So it's like you have people who are being attacked who are actually just being attacked for the sake of like doing their jobs.
Yeah.
It's really screwed. But yeah, so happy election night, guys.
Yeah.
What else is happening? You got 5 minutes. Anything fun?
No, all I've done today, other than vote, was grade assignments.
That's important.
Yeah. One thing that was surprising, though, is I think is that there's so much news about, right, how long all the lines are, that I was genuinely surprised that the line for my polling place was very short.
Where do you live?
I live in Chicago. I don't want to be like super specific, but I live in Chicago.
Okay.
Yeah.
But for you, I wonder, so I live in New York.
Yeah.
And one of my neighbors was also surprised that the line was really short, because she was saying during the Obama election, lines were wrapped around the building. And I was like, I feel like there was so much messaging around early voting that I wonder if people just took advantage of it.
Yeah. I mean, so many of my friends and like people I know voted early. Yeah. And this was actually, it was my first presidential election voting in person, because I went to college in Scotland and did my master's in England. So I was out of the country for 2016 and 2020 for the elections. So I voted in the US in person before, but this was my first time voting in a presidential election in the US in person. And I had never experienced a long line before, but I literally set aside, like, I was like, it's going to take like 2 hours, but it didn't.
But that's wonderful. So you have
Yeah.
like a time. Like that's sorry, I just got a notification from so I'm working with a ton of partner organizations and we have our mini war room going. There are bomb threats in Arizona happening right now. Not sure what that means, but we weren't expecting results from Arizona until tomorrow anyway. It's going to be a long night for Arizona now, because depending on if they had to call in and evacuate and possibly shut down the election site, then like we're looking at, are we extending polling hours? Do we need to like file anything? Like, so like this is literally like when stuff like this happens, there's a whole war room of lawyers who, like, over 20 lawsuits were filed earlier today, like before, it was my first call, before 11 a.m. Like over 20 different lawsuits were filed across the East Coast because of different like reasons. And like one of the organizations who has a hotline, like a national like voter protection hotline, had over 4,000 tickets. So reports of incidents, questions about voting, people flagging voter intimidation, people flagging issues at the polls. And so some of that was like tech issues. Some of that was scanners not working for ballots and IT scanners. So yeah, Arizona. Fuck.
Do you have any more information on Arizona?
No, no. I might have some when I come back from this call, but I think it's happening in real time. There was another series of bomb threats in Georgia about 40 minutes ago, or an hour.
A second batch of them.
Yeah. Rachel Maddow mentioned it, and then I saw it on someone posted it on IG, but yeah, I don't have anything for Arizona. But like the person who sent over that information is part of the lawyers group that I was just mentioning. So we're all kind of like feeding information and then deciding whether or not like we create infographics or do we need to have messaging, and then deciding like what gets pushed out. So like basically what I've been doing all day, it's like looking at all this information and creating like messaging, and helping create infographics and doing deep dives on like some of the more like ridiculous, like random things that we're seeing on IG that are just like unsubstantiated, but just basically like tearing out what the priorities are, in terms of like, is this a red flag? Is this like just a weird person saying weird shit? Or is this like something that we need to make people aware of, this way they don't feel disenfranchised, and decide not to vote? Like with the bomb threats in Atlanta, like we had to make a decision. What's the messaging, right? Like, do we tell people like it's safe to go? And luckily by the time we like wrote the comms, the Secretary of State for Georgia had already had a press conference basically saying like this was part of a Russian hoax, right? Like, but by then like the damage had been done to where like these places had been evacuated, they've been shut down, and people had to figure out like, where can I go vote? Since there's like a very specific rule in Georgia. I don't remember what it is exactly, but the gist of it is like you can only vote in different counties under like certain circumstances. And so like if 7 polling locations were closed, where do those people go? And then if those people were there during like their lunch breaks or like before they went to work or whenever, do they have time to go again? And then are those polling locations going to stay open later? So those people can vote. And then can those is there a hotline for them to call? Like how can, like, it's like all of that stuff. So whenever stuff like this happens, like it's a question of what are we telling people? How are we helping them? Is there like a quick resolution? And do we have like actual official statements from officials before we like start like sharing out information?
And there's the standard protocol that you guys kind of follow for that, waiting for
Wait.
law enforcement
We can't hear you,
intervention.
Nick.
Yeah, I can't hear you, Nick. Sorry.
Sorry about that. Is a standard protocol when like kind of reviewing those incidents and trying to figure out what to give public kind of PSA information on? Is it typical that you have to wait for law enforcement to give you guys the green light that everything is safe and okay?
No. So what I would say is three different things. So first one is so when I was at Meta, we could never, so there are a few instances where like we heard that like polling locations change or hours change, but we couldn't like remove that content until we heard from the actual SOS office, right? So like, because otherwise it's not verified. So like that's one part of it. The other part of it is for like things like bomb threats or like any type of like violence or any type of like polling closures or whatever. It's so easy for those things to be misinformation that like we actually need like an actual source. And so if CNN's saying it, if like 4 other news stations are saying it, I feel pretty good about it. But when it comes to like what the call to action is, that's because like we have to direct people someplace. So it's more than just saying like this information's true or this information's false. It's like what are the steps that you need to take? And like in Louisville, for instance, the Secretary of State wrote something on his Twitter page like early this morning saying like we're monitoring the situation, right? Like blanket statement, blah, blah, blah. But it was the mayor of Louisville who we had to get in contact with, who was able to like issue a statement saying like, if you were impacted, this is the number that you call. So I had written an infographic with a different number to call, same type of voter protection hotline, but this one was specific to Kentucky. You know what I mean? And so it's one of these things where like we want to make sure that we are giving the right information the first time around, because like we didn't know how busy things were going to be, but then like we run the risk of sending someone into the wrong direction by accident. And then the third thing is like I worked on elections for a very long time, and things change so rapidly. And I might be on a call with you guys and looking at my computer and 15 things happen, which is what literally just happened. And I might get something wrong. And so when it comes to that like high level, like this could like impact thousands of people, like we have to have those protocols in place, and I put those protocols in place for us. But it's especially with like these states that are, let's just say they're not all battleground states, but they do have Republican SOS offices that did not invest the way that they should have invested in election integrity over the past 4 years. Like I'm even more on edge just because those states also have a history of political violence. And those states also, I have like a spreadsheet showing which states are more likely for political violence post-election if Donald Trump does not win, right? And so, like, I'm towing it like a really fine line just because like I'm worried. Because if we put something out there that's bad, then like it could like have like a, even though we're a small organization, like we're part of like a consortium of organizations, like it could just have a snowball effect. I don't know if that answered your question. Sorry, I'm rambling, but
Yeah, definitely. More better. Thanks for the context for that. Yeah, I asked because on I'm thinking from a social media platform level, right? Part of the election integrity work that we want to think about as well on the digital landscape wise. Everything translates real world and digital in one way or another, but on the digital landscape side, it's interesting from an operational point of view. How you verify information. When is the point in time where you decide to moderate that information as it's coming through? Like you said, it's a dynamic landscape, right? Like very rapidly, especially during these election polling time situations. And what risk mitigation plans? What's the threshold that a piece of information has to cross in order for that risk mitigation plan or for that action to take place? Whether it's escalations to law enforcement, whether it's verifications from law enforcement,
yeah,
it's kind of a nuanced scene. So I think
yeah.
we should on that.
Well, I mean, it's high, but like, here's the thing: like, theoretically, at tech companies, we would have like created our playbooks and our iPod plans months in advance. Like, we are, and then I have to hop for one of my check-in calls. But like, we're working with 30 different partner organizations, right? And we're all trying to make sure we're on the same message as well. So that's another part of this. Whereas platforms have the ability to remove content and not respond, we have to figure out a way to not only flag that something was wrong, respond with accurate information, give voters options, and then hope to God that that information is still relevant by the time that constituent sees that information. And we're doing this, like, all of these groups are nonprofits, right? And so it's like they don't have the same funding as these big tech companies either, which makes it even harder because who the hell has the expertise and time to respond to all of this without tons of funds? And most of these people are volunteers too. So it's on the tech side, theoretically, we have all the funds to be able to execute something like this. But on like the nonprofit integrity, like protection network, hey Jeff, it's just really hard. Which is why I'm jumping. I'll be back. I have to go do my check-in call. See you guys later.
Thanks, Alexis.
Thanks, Alexis.
Thank you.
Welcome, Jeff.
So we are
Hey.
now honored
What's
to
up,
have the co-founder and chief research officer of the Integrity Institute joining us, Jeff Allen. And Jeff has created a beautiful dashboard using the Blue Sky fire hose, and he's going to walk us through some of those initial results. So, Control S. Okay. And you can take it away, Jeff.
Hey, do I sound okay?
Yeah, you sound fine.
Nice, cool. Yeah, so Matt, mentioned a little bit ago that he was gonna pull this thing together and was interested in figuring out some sort of way to sort of like see what's happening on social media. And I mean, definitely one of the big trends that's been happening in social media data access recently is that like a lot of nice data access systems have been turning off. So CrowdTangle sunsetted, and obviously like the Twitter actually used to put out the sample stream, which was for free, which was honestly just like an amazing resource to any sort of researchers who wanted to study, you know, what was happening online. Like the Twitter sample stream, it used to be like 1% of all tweets. So, you know, if you wanted the full Twitter fire hose, you had to spend whatever, how many millions of dollars a month for the whole thing. But Twitter used to have, you know, just the sample stream, which, you know, 1% of Twitter was still a whole lot. And nowadays, I don't know, it feels like it's sort of like not amazing days for like free and open and easy to use social media access. But Blue Sky does make their fire hose actually public, so anyone can just subscribe to the fire hose, which is kind of amazing. And Blue Sky is actually getting a little bit big these days, so it's bigger than the Twitter sample stream. So it's actually like more data than you used to be able to get for free. But anyway, in the past couple of days, whipped together a little monitoring tool for Blue Sky, which sort of took me back to my social media monitoring days. Yeah, so obviously it's like super ugly. But I think the main thing that Matt was interested in, I don't know, maybe you have queries to tell me to run, Matt.
Or anybody in the audience could tell us what.
Or anyone in the audience. I don't think I can see chat. But if you see anyone in chat that says something, let me know. But like one that I like kind of like looking at earlier today. So this is basically pulling in any posts on Blue Sky that have any of these terms in it, and then you can compare it to like the candidates. And we can see how many posts are going out that are talking about voting in general versus like the candidates themselves. And actually, it looks like we're now at a tipping point. So candidates and voting was similar this morning. Then everyone's talking about voting. And then now we're actually back to candidates and voting being discussed at the same time, which makes sense because we're kind of entering the era when voting turns off a little bit. Obviously, we still have a ways to go as it hits the West Coast. Well, yeah, so this is just like the raw number of posts. Another thing that you can play around with is seeing how much engagement things are getting. All right. So these are how many different engagements are going to different posts with different narratives on it. And then one thing that's I really like is PageRank. You know, you can always track my PageRank, which right now looks like just the total number of posts. So I need to tweak that a little bit to see if it's actually picking up like what do the high PageRank accounts are talking about. But yeah, this was a fun little one. I don't know if, you know, there's like, you could imagine like a fraudulent narrative, right? Let's see if that picks up, but looks like, you know, there isn't anything too insane there going, at least like relative to the overall conversation. Right, so actually discussions of fraud on Blue Sky is you know, been pretty steady in terms of like a percentage of overall posts there all day. And then one recent request from Matt was a toxicity classifier. So I grabbed a cheap one, an open source one online. And so if you have that super secret hack there, this now filters it down just to posts that have a toxicity score of above 70 or not, which I haven't calibrated at all. You know, this is very much, you know, just grabbing something and seeing if it works kind of style of toxicity classification, which, you know, it happens for the first pass on the inside too. It's kind of how it works. This is backfilling though, so it's not like it looks like toxic posts are spiking here, but this is actually backfilling right now. So this is just fleshing out the historical data. So doesn't necessarily mean the toxic posts are spiking. Just what's being filled in, yeah. And then this is, for the data engineers in the room, you can run raw queries on all the posts and on the fire hose itself. And then if you want to do a search and you really want to get your data science on, you can make custom search ranking algorithms here and actually search through all the posts and rank them in different ways.
Do you want to walk us through maybe some of the virality numbers and maybe super spreaders and some of these other groups that you were talking about with me earlier?
Yeah, totally. So like, so from my time on the inside, one thing that I always really keep an eye on is sort of like virality scores. And in my mind, like a virality score is sort of how much engagement is something getting divided by how real is it in the real world, right? And one way to track how real is it in the real world is by page rank, right? So like how many external sources on the internet are actually linking to the social media account, right? And you can think like the more external domains that are linking to you, the more likely you are a real thing, right? So if you're a journalist, on working for an online publisher, then you might link to your Blue Sky account. And so, that publisher's domain is linking to you and you look pretty authentic, or you look pretty, like real, like a real entity in the world. No, you don't agree?
Definitely not. I'm not real. Are any of us really?
You're on the Integrity Institute website, which actually has pretty good page rank. So you could link to all your social media accounts from Integrity Institute, get your page rank that way, which is, what I did. Not that any social media platforms actually care about, page rank and how real things are in the real world and stuff.
This is a great point that you bring up that some of our listeners might not be aware of. And that's not, that is that not all pages and domains are created equally. So just some extensions like .com versus .org versus .edu have different scores, such that like .edu is generally viewed as a much more reputable type of a domain, would have a higher PageRank score than a .com or a .xxx maybe.
Yeah. And so here's actually a really great example. So I have different algorithms here. So the one on the left here, the PageRank results. This is a much more basically like which posts came in the last 6 hours from accounts that have a high PageRank score. And then this is ranked by virality. So how much engagement is it getting divided by the PageRank? So if it has a ton of engagement but no PageRank, it'll be scoring high on the virality side. And you can kind of see a general trend, right? So over here on the PageRank side, you have like, folks, don't red wave yourself. The race shows that the country's polarized and swinging. And so this is sort of like a little bit of a nuanced take. Early returns are all swinging. Interesting. And then if you go over here, like up to the virality score, Trump is effing winning. I need to move out of this country. I hate this effing country, right? And so it's like when you go to the virality side, like the toxic stuff tends to do kind of well, right? Whereas on the PageRank side, it's a lot of long, nuanced posts with, not quite hot takes, right? Virality has a little bit more of the hot takes. So just kind of like lessons from the inside, right? And, if you want to know why I hate, engagement-based ranking so much, this is a little bit of an insight into that.
Yeah, as someone who's been trying to do nuanced internet content for a couple years, I can tell you, if I had more hot takes, generally the hotter my takes, the more people watch. Yeah. Also on the leaving the country thing, what always surprises me. So I'm someone like I lived in the UK for 5 years, right? So like I've actually, I've lived outside the country. By total coincidence, I didn't do it on purpose, but I did live outside the country for the entire Trump administration. And it always surprises me that people I think there's this really strong tendency to assume that like other countries sort of don't have politics or don't have political problems. And also that it's very easy to move to pretty much any of the places you'd want to move to. It's so not. Everyone's, people are like, I'm moving to Canada. And it's like, can you though?
Well, I think it was back in 2016, the Canadian immigration website actually crashed the evening of the election. Because they were receiving something like 30-fold the traffic that they ordinarily would receive.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like to your point, right? Like the UK had an election over the snap election over the summer. France had a snap election over the summer, right? It's
Yeah. Yeah, we have Meg in the chat saying that as someone who recently moved to Canada, it is actually quite difficult to do so. Yeah.
I'm personally interested in some of this new does thinking about what Alexis was saying.
Nick,
As
you're really faint. Can't.
oh, sorry, it's microphone. Sorry, guys. I was trying to think about what Alexis was saying earlier regarding a lot of these bomb threats that were coming in the polling stations, and looking up a little bit of the information on it. A lot of the like CISA and the FBI were looking into some of the origins, and like a lot of it being Russian domain sources. So I'd be curious to see, how that compares to some of like the other tactics that had used in the previous 2020, 2016 election. They have, they have made a lot of disinformation content, but now if it's, kind of crossing into the line of sometimes what I was talking about before of these violent and threats, violence and threats, and promoting that kind of the physical world chaos and physical world like manifestation of violence and panic. That's something that would be interesting to see upon retrospect, um, even in mortem to take a look at, because that's a new tactic, right? That's a new scare tactic that foreign entities could certainly plan ahead of time to do so, even though, I mean, I'm not, that's why I was asking Alexis a little bit more questions how her protocols typically work in terms of giving the public more information about where they could alternatively vote if the polling station was jeopardized. Because, those are kind of the risk mitigation plans that they had put in place, and that they have to make a very tricky and nuanced decision on, is it safe enough to tell people to go back to this polling station, or is there an alternative one to give someone? Because these intimidation factors and threats are, I mean, they work, right? And yeah, it's interesting to see how different organizations, whether it's nonprofit or legal or tech company, how they do it.
Yeah, I mean, like if it is sort of true, right, that like the foreign disinformation operations are moving from online shenanigans to real world shenanigans, that is a little bit of a darker trend. I mean, I guess we saw a little bit of that back in the day when they were like actually organizing protests, right? So I guess they've always had a little bit of a real world flair, right? In 2015, they were trying to organize protests, from St. Petersburg. But not like, I don't know, directly partaking in violence. That definitely feels like an escalation in terms of like the foreign interference part.
Yeah.
Or like threat, not real violence, but like threats of violence, because obviously it's hard to do that from afar.
Hard to do that. I mean, the real violence part, I think, from the 2020 that, it's manifested in different ways, or it's represented itself in different ways in this election. But I remember in the 2021, we had pretty vigilant monitoring on all these different hate groups that were formed, right? Like the Proud Boys, the 90, the high 99%ers, the Patriot militias, all these these hate, like kind of like domestic militia groups or hate groups, or you can at least call them some type of extremist group, were they were the ones that were like intimidating at polling sites and voter ballot boxes and stuff like that. I haven't seen as much of that this election cycle, and I don't know who we could probably accredit that to, but I've certainly seen the U.S. government security ramp up a little bit. I saw a lot of the Homeland Security, even Washington D.C., put up like additional barricades, additional just boots on the ground, monitor some of these types of things, but also perhaps there's some kind of content moderation, you know, contribution to that battle as well, in terms of not preventing that dissemination of propaganda.
Yeah, I mean, actually, like on the trends of violence, Matt, you studied it over the summer, right? Like, what were some of the trends between political violence over time across all the different countries, right?
Yeah, so bringing together a bunch of different data, but like internationally, from various subject matter experts, about 4,000 of them across 170 countries that were studied by the VDEM Institute for Project VDEM. It's Varieties of Democracy, and it's incredibly high quality data, completely open source, open access. I highly recommend it. But what they do is they have their subject matter experts go through and evaluate countries on a number of dimensions of democracy. And one element of democracy, particularly participatory democracy, is, do people feel safe from violence? What's the chance that the government might use violence against them? And then also, what's the chance that somebody that disagrees with your politics might use violence against you in that country? So I actually created a couple of YouTube videos about these data and kind of my story. But historically, the US had very low levels of government-driven political violence, and it still does. But what we've seen in the last 8 or so years is that there's been this large spike such that there's a significantly higher risk of political violence in the U.S. than there's been at any point since, I think it was 1917, according to this one measure of political violence. And the other thing that is more recent is there's another project that has a similar kind of a method to it, where they looked at the role of people using social media and digital technologies to do things like orchestrate violence or coordinate offline events that could become, or that did sometimes become, violent. So with that, again, like a lot of Middle Eastern countries and African countries, they tended to be the highest on there. And then come 2021, the United States shot up from being, I think they were ranked like 140th or something out of the 170 to, I think it was like up to number 8. And they were right between, I think they were just behind Syria. So there was a slightly higher risk that people in Syria were going to use social media to organize offline violence than they were in the US. And then Afghanistan was the country right behind the United States in terms of people using social media to organize offline violence, which it kind of like juxtaposed to the thought or the ethos of America being this kind of exceptional nation, this shining city on a hill. It's alarming to see it in this list, like in between countries that have been war torn with unstable governments for a long time. So it really kind of highlights some of the changes that we've seen sociologically in the country. And it's not just this one method of these people with PhDs that are highly educated and very specialized in these countries, but rather you can find these things across methods. So like if you look at survey data of average Americans, or a representative sample of US adults, what you see is that historically, less than 5%, less than 10% of Americans said that it was acceptable to use violence to accomplish your political means or your political goals. And depending on which poll you look at now, sometimes that's 30%, sometimes 40%. And if you really start cutting the data and getting to more and more extreme people, you like not Republicans, but Republicans that endorse the MAGA conspiracy and are gun owners, it's like 60+% of them they say that, yeah, violence is justified to accomplish political ends. And it's not just Democrats or it's not just Republicans that do this, because even kind of the far left folks, they also have higher rates. It's not as high as the MAGA subtype of Republicans, but it's still like in the 30 or 40%, 30 or 40%, depending on which data you're looking at. So there's certainly this increase in people's tolerance or acceptance of political violence, even though it's horrible and democracy is supposed to be this form of government where our rights end, where the next person's nose begins. But it's not, increasingly it doesn't seem like that's the case anymore. And you might point to both of these methods and say, okay, well, maybe those subject matter experts that were doing the content coding of the countries over time, maybe they're biased, maybe they're just a bunch of liberal elitists or whatever you want to call them. And then you could also say, well, maybe the survey questions were kind of weird and kind of creating this idea of pushing people to respond in a way that's more tolerant of political violence. But it's hard to reconcile those numbers with the dramatic increase that we've seen in terms of threats of violence to elected officials and people that like poll workers, and even actual attacks on them. So depending on like which data source, but I think it was the Capitol Police in Washington, D.C., they reported something like a 300% increase in the number of charges being brought against people for threatening public officials with violence. And increasingly, you can kind of see some of these really terrifying stories. Like I live in San Francisco, and a few years back, Paul Pelosi, the husband of Nancy Pelosi's former Speaker of the House, the Democrat, somebody broke into their house with a hammer and went chasing after him and hit him a few times. And fortunately, the police arrived soon enough and they were able to save him. But still, it was a horrifying situation. And it's increasingly not a rare occurrence. And sure, maybe we can point to a handful of these public officials that have experienced these things, but those are just the ones that are high-profile people with national personas that the public really knows. But this also maps down to more local officials that get less attention, and increasingly, we've even seen random people like Renee DeResta or Kate Starbird or even like some of my colleagues and I at Meta who study things that make some politically extreme groups uncomfortable. So Kate is a fabulous misinformation researcher at the Center for an Informed Public at the University of Washington up in Seattle, and she studies misinformation. And Jim Jordan has the Senate Select Subcommittee on the weaponization of the federal government. And he has kind of built this reputation of basically inviting all the researchers that study things like misinformation and hate speech in front of him and doing these investigations into them. And some people have even speculated that might be part of why the Stanford Internet Observatory it didn't entirely shut down, but a lot of the funding was pulled, and it couldn't continue existing as it was because they were fighting off so many different legal challenges. I think spearheaded by Jim Jordan and his committee. But with Renee, she, again, much like Kate, she's a fabulous misinformation researcher, worked at the Stanford Internet Observatory for a while, and has a great book, Invisible Rulers, I think. Yeah, cool. But fabulous book, great research. But when you're studying misinformation, there are politically motivated interest there. And oftentimes people that are politically extreme, we tend to, or they, I'd like to think they, but maybe I'm not above that. But people that are more politically extreme, they're more sensitive to potential threats to their ideology. So if you post something online and you don't feel like it's getting as many views as you think it should, you might be inclined to say, "Oh, they're shadow banning me because these platforms are anti-conservative or anti-liberal," and it might have it. I mean, coming from someone that worked on the inside, like sometimes there are political biases in what gets demoted, but it's not because of the political bias. It's because it might be that a popular figure within one of the parties that a lot of the adherents of that party follow are saying like, oh, there's COVID-19, the COVID-19 vaccine is bad and you shouldn't take it. So when you have these elites giving these messages down to their followers, their voters, whoever, you start seeing that they start embracing whatever the position is that they were advocating, and that is independent of what the actual data say about the COVID-19 vaccines. So there was an asymmetry there where, like, we were like at Meta, we were demoting COVID-19 anti-vax, vaccine hesitant content, but it wasn't because it was a conservative perspective. It was because this is going to cost people their lives. This is really dangerous, and if we don't, people are going to take hydroxychloroquine and think that they're safe, or they're going to like inject themselves with bleach or other ridiculous things that some people online were saying, and it's just not true. But like if we like with most political things, if we zoom back further in time, we see that the left was also doing it. So prior to people like RFK Jr. and Donald Trump coming out against vaccines, the people that were slightly more likely to be anti-vaxxers were people on the left. They like anti-measles, like the anti-measles vaccines especially, and a lot of like the political Northwest was having these outbreaks of these diseases that had not entirely been eradicated, but pretty close to it. And it was because of liberal misinformation on that vaccine. So it's not that like there's this clear like, oh, we need to get those conservatives or we need to get those liberals. It's, hey, maybe we should try to get rid of stuff that's harmful and dangerous so people don't hurt themselves. And while my personal biased perspective is that like platforms don't do enough to protect people, but I'm not convinced that it's clearly a left or right biased situation. Now, yeah, go ahead, Jeff.
Oh, I was just going to jump in. Like we've definitely seen like threads of it, like it's definitely like been present, right? And even like on the technology side, it never happened to me, but when I was working at Facebook, like the global security team would come in and be like, like to other members of the team, be like, oh, like, hey, your name, FYI, your name popped up on, external lists, of like people who work at Facebook on integrity issues. And there were instances of like people who worked at there dating back to like the early days of integrity work, like 2017, 2018, of like Facebook workers being, confronted on the streets of San Francisco or like, confronted in the real world. Tragic shooting at YouTube. Obviously, right? So it's like it's been there, but like I don't know, it definitely feels right, like to the experts that are sort of tracking public opinion, right? It definitely feels like we're in a much more salient, and it just like feels much more prevalent, especially when you had like 2 assassination attempts on one of the candidates, right, in this one, and there were other incidents too that like flew beneath the radar, right? There's like so much to talk about, obviously, during the campaign, that there were plenty of violent events that just like didn't rise above the threshold to really make it and be talked about. Yeah,
and just going back to the point about political violence trickling down to these non-elites, the non-elected officials, just the regular people. That's like, we should be able to disagree without saying, oh, that Renee or that Kate or that Matt or Amal, Amit or whoever, they need to be threatened. No, like that's ridiculous. Like that is going way too far. And like we should like, I'm a researcher. Yeah, sometimes like as a researcher, we certainly have our own biases, but good researchers set their biases aside and they try to figure out where the data go. And sometimes the data go against what I want to be true, which is annoying because I prioritize data over my own preferences. But we should at least be able to do that research and try to figure out what truth is. And in these hyper partisan, hyper politicized context, it becomes increasingly hard to do that. And when we do, we're not just kind of going through the personal discomfort of like, oh gosh, I just found data that challenges some core belief of mine, but also I might have to have a security detail, which I did after some of my work was leaked regarding vaccine hesitancy at Meta.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I mean, I think technology, you know, has a role to play in the rise of political violence, and all of you are more expert in that than I am. But I think that it's not just tech, right? There are material conditions, right? I'd say a lot of it's economics, some of it's loneliness, but you know, it's various things. I always tend to think of it as people are not generally happy with the things the way they are, right? And so people are becoming more and more invested in, you know, one way or the other of changing it, right? It radicalizes people. I'm right. I don't pretend to be in the center, right? I'm fairly left leaning. I make videos for activists, right? Like I don't try and pretend to be politically neutral in my work. Like that's not a thing I do. And so it does. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out exactly what I was saying was like, basically like that. I think that in order for political violence to be reduced, material conditions and like societal connectedness actually have to be improved, right? Like I think all the work that you do with technology and everything is incredibly important, but it's not everything, right? And then this is a bit of a off topic, but later I'd love to get a look at that the Firehose tool and look at some specific issues and how those are trending.
Well,
Oh yeah, totally.
You should be able to, we could share it with her right now, right?
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
You have the link.
Yeah. I will put the link in the chat. And if anybody wants to play around with it, they can. And I would just ask that you come back in and tell us about what you found.
I was playing around with it a little bit before. Oh, forgot my microphone. I was playing around with the tool a little bit before, and I came up with a few category queries kind of run based off of like voter suppression or alleged voter fraud and misinformation, disinformation. Just like key phrases and key words, kind of theme. I'm gonna have to jump off this, but seems like a few different categories fall similar line or number of posts engaged. Or
I'm actually gonna have to hop off, but it's good chatting with everyone.
Yeah, thanks, Jeff.
comment,
Yeah,
Jeff.
It's great
Well,
to meet you. Thank you.
We'll try to break your dashboard. Thank you for building.
Yeah,
it for us.
please crash my server. If you do, let me know, and I can try and get on my phone and fix it from afar.
Yeah, Jeff's running it on a server in his apartment, so if everybody starts using it, maybe there will be a small fire, and
It's
he'll
running in the
be angry with
closet.
me when he talks to me tomorrow.
I can't hear it when it spins up. It's in my living room near my TV, so I can hear the fan whir when it's really thinking hard. It always makes me happy. All right, I'll see y'all. Bye.
Thanks, Jeff. See ya.
This is interesting to me just because trying to interpret what's happening here in the trend line. So you can see like down here, both the general election integrity key phrases and security of voting system, those kind of words. We follow along like very similar trend line there. General election integrity is like election security, voter fraud, ballot integrity, secure elections, those kind of things. And the security of voting systems as like these kind of voting machine security. I remember in the 2020 elections, there was a lot of buzz around the actual machines, Dominion, right? The Dominion voting machines and stuff.
How many billions of dollars did they win?
Oh,
The lawsuit.
Well, yeah, right. It was wild. Let me see. Actually, I don't see too much of that this time around, which is good. But yeah, see like here, right at like 4 p.m. These like kind of these number of posts really ramp up.
Yeah. I'd be interested to see, like, because of course, like, election integrity and stuff is like a term that gets used by both people with like, the concerns about foreign interference and that sort of thing that we've been talking about on the call, and also people who are like fixated on illegal voting that's not happening. So I'm wondering if we can graph illegal voting on it as well, and try and figure out, how much of it is people with the more legitimate versus the more illegitimate concerns.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. I mean, like, ideally, what we would be able to do is like we would get a sample set of like the results, right, and do like kind of a precision recall for the false positives and stuff, right? Because some people might just be mentioning some of these keywords and saying like, "Oh, babe, be careful of everybody," just kind of PSA announcements. But some of them could actually be really trying to propagate, conspiracies or false claims. Those are two very different sentiments. Right? So that's something I had worked on previously internally, internal tech data. And definitely that kind of data labeling is really important because you don't want to clump all of that stuff together in the same time.
Yeah. So I had mapped earlier. I don't know exactly how to screen share it, or if I was using the tool exactly correctly, because I'm not coming from a tech background. But I was interested in mapping the abortion issue, right? Because very, very important issue this election. And I'm trying to figure out, whether it rose. And then I was realizing this tool is just election day. And I'm like, okay, would it trend? It's not just election day, but it's a fairly short time span. Let me check what the time span is. Yeah, it only goes back to November 4th. So let me see if I can share the window where I've got abortion mapped with voting. Give me one sec. Here we go. All right, is that working?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. I think I've avoided infinity mirroring. It was warning me about that, but
It's always coming. It's just a matter of
yeah.
time.
So I guess we have a little bit of an increase, as the election comes closer, but really not so much. But is that just, it being in the general sort of milieu, right? It's not necessarily something you'd expect to spike.
What are we looking at again here?
Oh, sorry, I realize the lines are not labeled.
Jeff!
Yeah. Yeah, I did not realize the lines would not be labeled. Okay, the orange line is voting and the blue line is abortion as terms.
Interesting.
Yeah, and they're both going with the metric is number of posts. Actually wondering what it does if I change it to engagement. Do we want to see what happens there? This is a really cool tool. Yeah. I mean, I'd say it's pretty similar engagement versus, and then of course you have the questions of like what words, right? Because it's likely to also be words like choice, right? But that's such a general word that you can't really graph it in a useful way. Yeah.
Yeah, that probably generated a lot of focus.
Yeah, that would just be like all noise.
I got to jump right now, but welcome, Megan. Probably just jumped into the
Can you make sure that I'm now the host of this call? So you.
Oh, I won't leave because I'm afraid that it would dump the entire meeting. But I will just turn my camera off.
Yeah, and you should probably unpin me as well because, yeah.
Yeah, can you make me the host, because then, or no, I can't.
I've tried. Yeah. Are you able to pin people though?
Let's see. Yes, it's just a little tricky because of the streaming software, my cursor disappears.
Oh, right.
So I have to guess very luckily and push the button.
Well, if it's on default tile, so everybody has it.
Okay.
All right, well, it's nice chatting with everyone. I'll see you guys later.
Cool. Thanks, Nick.
Thank you.
So now we're joined by Megan Hepp, as far as I know, a new member of the Integrity Institute, and someone with a fascinating background that was not in technology, but now is. Do you want to tell us more about yourself, Megan, and what you've been seeing today?
Totally. Can everyone hear me okay? Sounds like we're good. Okay. Yeah, I thought this would be a good time to hop on. It's lovely to be here with you all. So I'm Megan. I'm based out of Vancouver, Canada. And I'd been a member, a little over a year with the Integrity Institute. It hasn't been too long. I've been a member, oh, I'm sorry, there's been an echo. Okay. So I was actually a registered.
Sorry.
Oh, it's not good. Yeah, so I was actually a registered nurse. So I thought this was a perfect time to hop on with you talking about looking at some of the abortion stuff, Abby. I did a lot of things, but I was a forensic sexual assault nurse examiner. I've done a lot of work with gender-based violence. And I worked on the front lines of the COVID pandemic. I worked in one of the first COVID ICUs. So the talk about the COVID misinformation and the vaccines and, what that looks like offline is very near and dear to me. And then I got into trust and safety and worked for Airbnb. I did investigations. I've dabbled in data, and I am continuing to doing side projects. So, and I'm hoping to tackle more reproductive misinformation projects. So, yeah, in terms of, I know what I've been monitoring is Truth Social in particular. You know, when we talk about some of these conspiracy theories, like that we see online, more recently, what we saw out of Springfield, Ohio, with eating the dogs, eating the cats. I immediately actually did go to True Social, and you know, I looked across platforms. I was curious, and something I was blown away by was the AI generated pictures of cat soldiers, and it was very, very insightful. So the world of misinformation and conspiracy theories is very near and dear to my heart, although you're all the experts and the researchers. And so I just want to be a part of the conversation. In particular, I've not noticed too many interesting trends on the platform monitoring I've done thus far. I know there's a lot of information about what's going on with the polls, is what I've seen, and then election updates. I know Alexis is really the perfect person to speak on some of the news that was happening, like the bomb threats, and that type of thing. But so far, that's the update on my end.
Cool. So nothing too terrifying on Truth Social yet today?
Not yet. There's time. So I'm monitoring that and just watching the hashtags, what's circulating, that type of thing.
Has anybody been watching Twitter or X, Xitter, maybe? I'd be curious to see how they compare to the other ones.
Don't have an account.
Yeah, I've not. I have some friends who have been. I don't have any updates at this time, but that's a very good question.
I'm tempted to check myself, but every time I try to do anything on my computer, because I have the streaming software and all these things up, I'm terrified. I think it might break everything and cause us all to come collapsing down.
Yeah, YouTube streaming is hard. I did one to celebrate 1,000 subscribers, and it broke twice to the point where I had to start a new link and transfer everyone over, and it's really something. Yeah. Oh, there was a particular piece of well, I don't know if it's quite misinformation as much as it's like an exaggeration or a slight warping, or maybe I'm medically wrong about this, but about reproductive health. I've seen in a lot of pro-choice spaces, and I'm quite pro-choice myself, but I've seen a lot of it. I've seen often the suggestion that men should just get vasectomies because vasectomies are like fully reversible. But I looked it up, and I don't believe that that's medically true.
Right. Yeah, I'm not a doctor, but what I can say is, yeah, it may not be as simple as just simply reversing it. So that's a very personal choice that it, you know, to your point, it is good to confirm that with your provider just so you understand. But it's a good thing to discuss because it's along the lines of having the right information to make the informed choices.
Yeah. And I don't know, I think it's that a lot of people, like, it's not something that, I mean, obviously I'm a woman, but like, it's not something I would want my husband to do. It's not me personally, right? I think it's something that a lot of people in pro-choice spaces want to be true, right? Because it would be, because it's a good rhetorical point, right? And also I think a lot of people are just really desperate, right? And so they're looking for any sort of solution, right?
Yeah. Well, you know, that, and I think earlier, Abby, you said something that was so important about, I forget how you worded it, but people also need like materially to be taken care of. And, you know, I also thought about when we're working with systems, it's also about education and understanding sometimes how these systems work, because people will fill in gaps if they don't have that, or they don't know where to get good information, or, you know, even accessing healthcare these days is hard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely true, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Megan, when you were
Uh-huh.
sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, go ahead.
I was just going to ask, when you were at Airbnb, what kind of investigations did you do there? Were any of them political in nature?
Oh, that's a good question. Typically, no. They were more like threat management, you know, any potential violence, things that could happen between people in real time. So there are things that can be politically motivated. And then in that case, if something has happened, I would investigate.
Yeah. I think that actually brings up a really good point, that there's not always like a clear, bright line between political violence and other violence, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that is a good point. And it's interesting how these things translate to offline too. I think that's so many of these conversations of a lot of things happening online and how they can translate offline. You know, like I'm sure Matt has a lot of experience you could speak to with the vaccines and the COVID stuff. Yeah. But yeah, it is, I would be so curious too to talk to other folks on platforms that are on threat management teams about what was done to plan, you know, what does it look like for them right now, that type of thing.
Typically more geared at activists, right? So I think a lot of the threat management is keeping things from getting worse, whereas most of my stuff is sort of geared at getting things to get better, right? Yeah, so it's sort of very different. And honestly, I think this has been the election as an adult that I've like been the least involved in. Because like, yeah, usually I'm volunteering with a campaign or something, but I didn't this time because I've been mostly working on a climate group I volunteer with. So like, and it's been interesting, right? Getting people to realize that like whoever wins tonight, there's still other politics, right? You know, because I mean, I've known a lot of people who are hesitant to vote in the general election, right? And I live in Illinois, so like the general election, I think they've already called Illinois for Harris. Like, but everything I told them is just like, please still show up to vote in local elections. And it is, you know, it's unfortunate, right? All the attention usually ends up on national or maybe statewide races. But there is so much that happens at a local level. Sorry if I'm rambling a little bit. It's late here.
Yeah, it's a good point. And I would be curious to your experience covering things like this, and what stands out to you about this election that feels different or feels like something that you've been speaking to a lot more.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't put out a new video in a little while. I've actually been working on a video with Matt, which hopefully should be out in not too long. There was so much interview footage. Matt, I'm sorry, I had to edit you down brutally, but I will give you the raw footage and you can use it for whatever.
I talk a lot. Everybody knows I talk a lot. You get me going. And like, unless you're domineering and like you're like, no, shut your mouth. I'm gonna keep going. And that's what happened with poor Abby here.
Yeah. Yeah. What was I gonna say? Yeah, I mean, I think it's been weird. I think it feels surreal to people, right? because there's a lot at stake, but also like I feel like very few people were excited about Biden, but then he dropped out of the race and it's Harris now, and like there wasn't really a chance for momentum to build during like a primary, right? And then I think it's been a lot of negative partisanship, right? Or is there an echo? I just want to make sure there isn't.
Sorry, I opened a thing that started making noise.
Okay, got it. Yeah, there's just been, there's been a lot of negative partisanship or just fear about what the other side would do, right? Because especially, and I think more so on the Democratic side than in past races. I mean, I think a lot of that is because of Gaza, but not all of it. But I mean, I think even on like climate issues, right? It's like, okay, I mean, Harris is definitely a lot better than Trump, but also like she's willing to do fracking, and that's very bad. And there is a certain sense that like the return to the status quo pitch of, Harris and Biden before her is sort of not enough. I think especially among younger people. And also, of course, I, both online and in person, I run in very progressive, very activist circles. But those are the sort of people who would ordinarily be campaign volunteers, right? So that is like, I think, worth looking at. But yeah, I guess sort of a bit low energy, and a lot of infighting is really what I've been seeing. Yeah, and also, I guess the other thing has been a sort of a divide between people who want everyone who's left of center to go along and get along and just support Harris and not say anything bad, and people who have often extremely legitimate concerns. And I worry about positioning politics as that it's the duty of the voters to support their party rather than the duty of the party to adjust to what the voters want, right? Like it's democracy, we're a republic, right? The parties should be trying to cater to voters, right? And I've seen a concerning lack of that. Yeah.
It's interesting. I know Matt and I were talking because I am an American just outside the country. And it is very interesting to see the perspective of folks from outside the country. And I think they notice similar things and they've echoed that too.
Yeah. Yeah, that's definitely true. I mean, I live in the US now, but I lived in the UK from 2016 to 2021. So I spent like most of my college years like explaining the Trump administration to Europeans. And Brits, and that was a very strange experience. And it's also been interesting seeing some of this through like my husband's eyes, because like he lives in the US now, but he's not a citizen. He's English, right? And so it's, there's, and also, talking to my in-laws and that sort of thing, like the way people view it from outside the country, I think is strange. And I think also because foreign policy and climate are such pertinent issues in this election, I think there's a lot of people who are not Americans who are like, Americans, don't mess this up for us. And I'm using the word mess because I'm not sure if I'm supposed to swear on here.
That feels to be the temperature on just the other side of the border as well. Yeah. But it's interesting just because there's a lot of different conversations. I live in a very, very diverse community with different global perspectives. And so it is very interesting outside the US because it feels like it's a very similar conversation. Folks are very, I'm generalizing here, but, accustomed to US news. A lot of course, Canadians want to keep tabs on what their friendly neighbors to the south are up to understand what to anticipate. And so it's always interesting to get global perspectives too in real time of what folks are seeing and how they're processing it.
Yeah. I've definitely seen people from other countries, though, complain that their news is too about America in ways that I think are really legitimate, right? Like, oh, your cat is so cute.
Yeah.
I've got a mini version of your cat right here. One sec. He does not like being picked up.
Oh my gosh, they're long lost brothers.
Yeah.
He knows when there's a camera on and he has a captive audience, so he stops by.
This is Hunter. He's super friendly. He does not like being picked up.
Is Matt getting to get his animal too, I hope?
I think he is, yeah.
Oh, I hope so.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Yeah. And there's definitely, they could all be siblings, right?
Yeah. What was I going to say? Right. So like people outside the US, I think, view their news as skewing to America centric sometimes in like very reasonable ways, because like I was talking to one of my friends in college, right? And we were having this conversation in Scotland, but she's from South Africa. And she was saying like, why, if I'm watching news in South Africa, do I hear so much about the US? I can't do anything about it, and I've never been there. And I'm like, yeah, okay, that's pretty reasonable, right?
Sorry about the distraction, but
all good.
And before I respond to you, and Matt, who do we have here?
This is Mojo. He's
okay.
15 and a half years old. He's my forever baby.
Of course. Aww.
Yeah, these guys that I have here, I foster kittens, so I have them for I don't know how long.
Yeah.
Just fostering kittens is great. You just have constantly different little kittens running around.
Totally. I found him in the garbage outside. So
I bet he's really spoiled now.
Oh, he is. He's
Yeah.
a prince.
You gotta spoil them.
Mm-hmm. But I do understand what you're saying too. It's it makes a lot of sense that globally, given our place in the world in terms of the United States, there's a lot of interest. But it is sort of interesting because sometimes it feels like it's easier just living in Canada. There's a lot more news, about what's going on in the United States versus what is going on locally here. Like when are the next elections here?
When are the next elections there?
Oh, Matt, come on. Soonish.
You're the resident up there.
Do you guys you don't have the weird parliamentary thing that the UK does where they don't have scheduled elections, do you?
I thought we did.
Maybe you do. I don't know the Canadian system very well. I just assumed that the British one was so absurd that it wasn't that common.
Well, and getting settled as a permanent resident, my head's been in immigration paperwork and slowly emerging from the cocoon of what's been going on in the rest of the world and life.
Oh, I get that. My husband's immigration stuff was insane. He couldn't go home and visit his family for like 2+ years. It was awful.
Well, and if I may ask, please stop me if you'd rather not answer, but your husband being, from elsewhere and watching what's going on, what are his thoughts and feelings of the election?
Well, he's extremely left-wing. Like I'm fairly left leaning, but my husband is fully a communist. Um, so his opinion is not going to represent like the default British opinion, right? Um, um, well, he follows American politics very closely. He always has. But he also follows, like, he was telling me something about the Japanese election the other day. And I was like, how are you even following this? How do you follow so many things? But I mean, I think he would much rather Harris than Trump win. I think if he was a citizen, we would have had to have a series of arguments of me trying to persuade him to vote for Harris, given the situation in Gaza. I'm not sure I would have invested that much in that argument because, quite frankly, we live in Illinois. So, like, doesn't matter that much who we vote for in the general elections, right? What matters is, a million other things. We have in Chicago, we have so many things to vote for. Like, my ballot was literally 2 double-sided pages, and one of those double-sided pages was just judges. Yeah, we vote for everything in Chicago, and we vote frequently. So, like, I mean, I've lived here 2+ years. I probably voted like 4 times, so it's a lot. Yeah. And we just had our first elected school board election, which was very intense. Like, people had very strong opinions about it. But there also wasn't a lot of like information about it everywhere, especially about like specific candidates, because I think with the decline of like newspapers, most of the news you get is not like about your neighborhood, right? Like, you're lucky it's even about your city.
It is interesting. Some of the, school elections and that type of thing have gotten heated in certain areas too.
Oh yeah, I mean, in high school, I was the student representative to the school committee in my hometown. And, everything's committees because I'm from New England, right? Like, you're just gonna have a witch trial at any moment. And yeah, things would get fraught, right? And it was a pretty politically homogenous place, but things would still get fraught, get intense. That position was where I learned to never talk to a reporter before you have all the facts. Because like, there was a thing where there was a plan to have a school dance and no one ever went to the school dances that was like America themed, but then they decided it maybe wasn't a good idea. But then I think they decided to do it anyway. But there were like journalists who were definitely trying to make this into like a national scandal, right? And it's annoying that local politics gets like weaponized for like national things, especially national culture war things, when it does have these like really fundamental effects at the local level for the people who actually live there, and is really, really important.
Definitely. Well, and so much I feel like of talking about these elections too, is encouraging folks to get involved at a local level and with your local organizations and that type of thing. So it is always, a shame when that type of thing happens.
Yeah, definitely. So it is pretty late here, and my brain is fried by grading all day. So I think I'm going to have to go because I'm not sure I'm able to say anything more useful. This has been great. Thank you both so much.
Thanks, Abby.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Nick, too, if you're listening. It's great to meet you, Megan.
You as well.
All right, thanks. Bye. Oh, sorry.
No.
Did you have something?
No.
Okay,
Go ahead, Abby.
All right, bye.
Yeah, thank you. So, Megan, one point that you brought up that is an important one that I don't think a lot of people know is, sure, the like national politics gets all the attention, and that's where a lot of the money is, but the long game is really in local politics, because I'll age myself here, but back in the 2000s, way back then, when I was working on campaigns, there was this one political consulting group that I worked with, and they quoted these statistics. I don't know how, I don't know whether they still hold true to today, but the vast majority of people that eventually make it to high national elective office, they start at a local race. It could be like the garbage collector or school board or something. So what a lot of I mean, both kind of the grassroots level Democrats and Republican groups are doing is they really try to encourage local people to run for office, knowing that if they win that race, they're in the system and they're becoming more groomed and better able to run for other offices down the road. And it's usually easier to win local races and cheaper to win local races. So like these big party apparatuses or apparati, they don't have to spend nearly as much to get more bang for their buck. And then eventually you end up with a bench of a lot of people that you can say, oh, this person did really well when there was a scandal or whatever. And then they become stronger candidates, or they have more candidates to choose from for some of these higher level offices. And one party has done better at that than the other historically. And I mean, you can kind of look, I mean, like the Republicans, they really started investing in this strategy in the 70s, and the Democrats didn't really do a whole lot there until like the 90s or early 2000s. And that's a long time to catch up. I mean, just with the sheer number of positions that are out there.
Oh, totally. Totally. It's, I feel like you can tell too that Republicans, you know, starting decades ago, invested. And I mean, there's good reason to make sure that folks are involved at a local level and to have that community building. I know there's a lot of online chatter about, specifically in the States, the loss of almost like third spaces of where do you go just to hang out, and having places with community and then community to talk about how do we want life to look is really important. But of course, it makes sense that that's also a political strategy that works and can work well.
Yeah. Looks like Trump is projected to win Texas, and the polls in Michigan, Wisconsin, and Arizona are too close to call, which is not surprising at all. I mean, if we've been following the polls at all the last couple of months, but
yeah, looks like we've got for Harris over 32 million votes in, for Trump over 35 million votes in thus far. You know, when you're looking at polls as a researcher and looking for good information, where do you like to go and to look?
I have problems. So I don't trust any individual source of data. I describe myself as a methodological pluralist, and I need to see multiple types of data from multiple places. And if they all point in the same direction, then I feel comfortable saying like, oh yeah, this is what it's looking like, or this is what is probably happening. But when margins are as tight as they are in a handful of states, that, I mean, most of the numbers are within the margin of error, and you can't say statistically that one person is winning over another in some of these places. So they're essentially toss-ups. Yeah, and the other tricky thing when it comes to political polling is, like, one is that people's political attitudes are not for a lot of issues, they're not incredibly crystallized. So especially when it comes to local issues, that, like, I often don't know how I'm going to vote on different propositions until I get my voter information book. I'm like, oh, there's 40 things that I have to decide on within like 4 miles of where I live. And I don't know, like I can't pay attention to all of that stuff. So that's tough. The other, so like one part is that our attitudes are not particularly crystallized. And the other part is it's not so much about persuading people to change their attitudes. It's increasingly about, can you get your base out at a rate higher than the other side? So this strategy became much more common or popularized in 2004 when we saw that John Kerry was winning in the polls in places like Ohio and winning by like a healthy margin. And then come election day and the polls close and oh my, John Kerry lost by 100 some thousand votes in Ohio. And some pollsters were just like, oh my goodness, what happened? And Karl Rove and the Bush campaign, they were not at all surprised because they weren't going for the frequent voters or the high probability turnout voters. They were going for churches and people that were less frequent in showing up at the polls. And pollsters are trying to identify a sample of people that are probably going to turn out, and then they come up with statistical weights to increase representation of people based on whether they think they're oversampled or undersampled in that pool. And what happens is if you are missing an entire segment of voters, like the church-going folk in Ohio that the Democrats probably wrote off in 2004, you like your number's going to be wrong. And we saw some of those kinds of things happen again, where pollsters are polling some of the wrong people. And like in 2016, people were kind of surprised by Trump's victory because like the polls weren't looking great for him. But I mean, Clinton also ran a terrible campaign. And instead of listening to her consultants saying that she needed to go back to Michigan and double down there in Wisconsin, Minnesota, she was trying to win Texas. And well, that didn't work out so well for her, and Trump won. So forecasting who's likely to turn out is very tricky. And that's the source of error that a lot of these polls have. And it's also one of the reasons why poll aggregators like Nate Silver have had the success that they have, because essentially they're like, okay, well, all the polls are wrong, but if we combine them together and add proper weights based on their characteristics, we can get closer to that truth. So he's kind of his approach is embodying this idea of like, okay, everybody's wrong, but if you combine our wrongness, we will somehow be less wrong. And there's in psychology. I'm a my PhD is in social psychology. So in psychology, we have this idea of the wisdom of crowds, and even when people don't have expertise on something, if you combine their predictions with other people's predictions, that tends to be closer to truth than even if you're asking experts like PhDs in something. Because what happens is if you're asking an expert about their opinion, they're going to have a lot more background to fall on, and that background can bias their interpretation of data. So if you're asking an expert to pick, I don't know, the best type of wine or whatever, that expert is going to be thinking like, oh, well, there's this, I don't know, drought in this year and that did whatever to, I don't know anything about wine. To me, they all taste like, oh, I'm getting a hint of grape. But when it comes to these,
I think the data also shows that you can't actually tell unless you're super, super skilled, that typically the average person cannot distinguish between what is a good wine and the $15 or whatever, $10 bottle of wine. So I think you're right about that.
So
With data.
to share some of the depths of my nerdiness, I'll tell a story about my time in graduate school, where I was surrounded by many other people that had similar levels of nerdiness, and one of the labs I was in was with Brian Nosek, founder of the Center for Open Science, great professor, implicit added, like all, yeah, just great person, great lab, big nerd, which is part of what I liked about him. But at our at the end of every semester, he would have a party at his house, and we would do some form of like a blind taste testing or blind product using party, and we would collect data through it. So we had a Google sheet set up, and we would taste a whole like 25 different types of chocolate that ranged in like cacao percentage, how much it cost per ounce, and some of these different things. And we did that for chocolate and cheese and gin, I think, one time, like all kinds of different products, orange juice. And and my fellow grad students, they were making fun of me because across these different parties, I was always the one showing the highest correlation between, highest negative correlation between price and my personal enjoyment. And they were making fun of me, but I'm like, well, you know, I'm the rational one here because I'm living on a grad student salary, and the things that make me happy are the cheapest, like bottom barrel stuff. And they're like, oh, but the brie, it's crumbly. I'm like, okay, that's great. I hope you enjoy it.
Not if you bake it. Yeah, not if you bake it. It's about
don't
being
bake brie.
inventive. Yeah.
But yeah, so like we would do those things, and that was always fun. But so sorry, I've been sitting in this room
with
for a very long
polling. Yes, so with polling and accurate data and how
so wisdom of the crowds.
crowdsourcing.
So like one example that's often used, or a couple of examples that are often used in some of those studies, is like if you think about going to a like a fair, like a county fair, and they might have livestock there, and you're like, okay, guess how much this cow weighs, or guess how many jelly beans are in this this jar, and nobody is going to be correct. Like it's almost impossible for them to be correct. Like that there are some very rare things that will happen more often than that. But if you take people's estimates and then average them together, as long as they're not talking to each other and hearing each other like vocalize what their estimates are, though the aggregated opinion or prediction or guess is going to be very close to the correct answer, even if none of the people in that sample are farmers that know how much cows weigh. I don't know. I would guess like 1,000 pounds. If I'm looking at a cow, I might say it's like 1,000 pounds.
I'd have to see this cow, and then I could perhaps guess. But you know, that is interesting because when you first were telling me about this, I was like, okay, that's so interesting as it relates to polls, but thinking about it from a perspective of confirmation bias, because do certain pollsters also rely on making some of these predictions based off of historical assessments? I know sometimes polls are thrown off because of weighting in particular. But I'd be curious what other things can also affect, you know, how accurate some of the poll numbers are.
Yeah. And polling is, I mean, in terms of nerdy spaces, it is the Wild West, because you like, okay, so you've got a bunch of issues. One of them, like I've already described, it's hard to sample. And hard to know like who's going to be a a likely voter or high probability voter and who's likely to not vote. And as a social psychologist, I'm often fascinated by why people don't do what makes sense to me, but also shocked by why people do things that don't make any sense to me. But like, this is why I went into the field, because like, I can get paid a small amount of money to try to figure this stuff out. So it's fascinating, but like, so that's one issue. One of the other issues is that people used to answer the phone. People used to respond to polls. If someone calls me, even somebody I know, I'm going to look at the phone. I'm going to be very confused. I'm probably not going to answer unless I'm expecting it, because who calls? I get like so confusing. And it's to a point where the only time my phone has volume on is when I'm expecting food to be delivered.
Mhm.
So now my dog's response is, if my phone rings, he runs to the door and starts barking because he knows somebody's going to come hand me stuff that smells really good to him and he wants to eat it. But otherwise, I'm not going to answer my phone. And while this is kind of a ridiculous story, it's also a trend. Lots of people, they don't answer phones. They don't talk on phones anymore. It's like, text me or TikTok. I'm not a like. I have an appreciation for some of the things that TikTok does as a company, because I think that they are like more aggressive in fixing problems and not bragging about it, relative to some other platforms which tend to say that they fixed the thing but not actually fix it.
That sounds like that could be a whole podcast episode within its own.
Yes, it is. And I'm trying to get Jeff Allen to do one with me, because okay, remind me to talk about Jeff Allen and the eating disorders analysis.
I'm making a note of this as we're talking.
So and just forewarning, like as this day goes on and fewer people are engaging here, the more my Adderall wears off. So the more flighty I become, and that's saying something because my default is pretty flighty. But polling and surveying used to rely on random digit dialing. So we would look at phone books for people born this millennium. You might not know what those are, but they were these giant books that were like, I don't know, 1,000 pages long maybe, that had everybody's phone number, well, almost everybody's phone number in it, unless they were specifically like unlisted. But almost everybody was in there, and pollsters, they would just like set up a randomizer, and they would pick numbers out of that, and they would expect some reasonable number of people to answer the phone and answer their questions. And I think at one point it was like 30% of people would actually answer the phone and respond. Now, I haven't looked at the latest data, but the last time I checked, it was like under 5%. So if you're calling, let's see. So if 5% of people are answering the phone when you call and answering your questions, that's like, okay, so if they have 1,000 people in their sample, what is that? Like they call 20,000 people and then 1,000 answer. There's going to be something unique or weird about those 1,000 people that might not make them generalizable for like it's hard to use them as representative, because there's something unique about why they responded and nobody else did, especially when like the gap is that big.
Yeah, that was always for me, being also a nerdy person growing up, why I was always hesitant to trust polls, just because I also felt like there's a bias. It's people who are willing to answer and be engaged, and you're going to capture folks who, like you said, there's something weird about them if they're picking up the phone. But it's also people who are going to want to talk about it and and that's maybe not representative of the overall population. And so it was really interesting actually understanding more about polls and how they're gathering information and making those predictions, just because it's complicated.
So it looks like we have some new data in, and Fox News is
do.
declaring that Kamala Harris has won Minnesota, or is going to win Minnesota, and
Mm-hmm.
that Donald Trump is going to win Utah. Utah is not a surprise. That's a strong Republican state and has been for
Right.
quite a long time. And Minnesota was a battleground, so that seems like.
Mm-hmm.
Oh wait, nope, nope, nope. Hold on, I misspoke. I accidentally was reading off the Senate numbers, but it looks like Amy Klobuchar is winning Minnesota. No comment on Kamala or Donald in Minnesota, but Amy Klobuchar is winning there. Bernie Sanders is projected to win Vermont. There's one. The Republicans have flipped one
Mm-hmm.
seat. I don't see what. I need to dig to see what that seat is, but nothing too exciting in the Senate there. And no, let's see, in terms of the presidential race, it looks like now Fox News is declaring that Montana and Utah are both going in Trump's favor. It looks like in New Hampshire and at least one of the districts of Maine have been projected in Kamala Harris's corner now.
Okay. Interesting. What I'm seeing, the Google Live updates in Maine, is Kamala's got some catching up to do to meet that projection. But I think everything else thus far, if I've kept up with you, has aligned.
Yeah. So far, I haven't seen too many. Oh gosh, ad blockers. So far, I haven't seen too many things that deviate from predictions from polls. I guess.
Yeah.
Let's see. Yeah, everything seems to be pretty par for the course so far.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and let's see. So MSNBC says that Kamala is projected to get 91 electoral votes. Donald Trump is currently projected to get 201. But as has been the case for a few decades now, the Democrats tend to do well in the large states, which tend to be on the coast. So California, and its 54 electoral votes, will not be coming in until 11 p.m. tonight, Eastern time. What time is it? Where am I? Where are we? Oh gosh. 7
So
o'clock
yes,
Pacific time.
yeah, there we go.
all of my
Yeah.
all of my clocks have disappeared with this nightmare of a streaming setup I have right here.
It's even worse with daylight savings. If you've not adjusted some of your clocks, they're physically around you and not on your technology.
Yeah. Okay. Just checking. 538. 538 has 91 electoral votes for Kamala and 195 for Trump.
Mm-hmm.
Real Clear Politics. What do you have going here? Right. They have 112 to 205. Yeah. No surprises yet.
Yeah. I'm seeing the same things you are. I'm mostly keeping tabs on the presidential results.
Who flipped? Independent pick. What? seems rather rather uneventful.
I think we're at that point where I'm in agreement. Everything is as expected, and then we're waiting for the West Coast essentially to get caught up. So it seems like we all have some time on our hands. I'm kind of curious, given you've worked in civic integrity, what have your thoughts been in terms of if this election has felt different to you when you're looking at online platforms for safety concerns? What are you interested in seeing?
Yeah, so I mean, politics, like most things, innovation breeds copycats. So, like, there was let's see. So, George W. Bush was much better at his targeting with his campaign in 2004, and then Obama took that approach and then put it on steroids and really went heavy into online organizing, and McCain did not. So McCain obviously lost. There were a lot, Obama was a spectacular candidate. People love the way that he talks, and he and his Michelle are kind of a cute couple, and we called him no drama Obama. And so there was that, and then also kind of war fatigue, where we'd been in Iraq and Afghanistan and lots of these conflicts that people were pretty frustrated about. So there were a lot of reasons why, what tilted the scale in Obama's favor back then. And then Trump basically did what Obama did online, but injecting it with stimulants, because Trump in 20 and so one thing that's really interesting is comparing the media coverage of Trump this time versus the last two his last two campaigns that he ran, because in 2016 he got so much free media, and some of my friends, political scientists, they quantified how much free airtime that Trump got versus Hillary in 2016, and he got something over $1 billion worth of free airtime, and it was many times more than Hillary got, and in part because Hillary is not the most entertaining speaker. Trump just doesn't stop talking, and he was tweeter in chief back then. So anytime you would post whatever random thought he had on Twitter, then everybody in the media is like, "Oh, did you see he retweeted this thing?" It's
I remember those days. I feel like it was always, we were all just waiting for what was next.
Yeah, and it's so bizarre, and now it's funny because Twitter became this mainstay in politics and journalism, and now it's not really there's not a whole lot going on there, and I have a Signal chat on the side with some of the people I work with in various capacities regarding election security, and someone was pinging me saying that I guess there's a rumor going around that when the polls close, Musk might be sending a push notification to all Twitter users saying that Trump won, regardless of the fact that most of the tight races say that they won't have their votes counted, at least for days. So I don't have verification of that yet. There's someone I trust that was asking if I had also heard that, but I had not. So
That's interesting.
yeah. Welcome back, Alexis.
Hi.
How was your call? What's the latest on the misinformation?
Sorry, I don't know why I'm laughing. I think that's just exhaustion. honestly, I just wrote 14 different messaging points for um, stuff that we were seeing in Nevada and the additional bomb threats in Georgia that I mentioned before I hopped off. And there's just like a lot of excitement around the numbers that are coming in, and just trying to like write comms to tell people to basically chill the fuck out. Because like it's too early. It's too early. And so trying to figure out the best comms right now on basically just inoculating people and just saying, if you see results being called for the presidential, it's not real. But long lines in California, which I think is a good sign. Long lines on college campuses, which is a good sign. But honestly, in terms of misinfo, it's been pretty quiet over the past like 2 hours. But I'm also realizing it's like 10:18 in New York. So, the West, there's not much. I just, it's not much. Sorry, I'm rambling. I'm so tired.
Yeah, intelligence operatives trying to interfere in foreign elections, they might not even care about places like California because it's a foregone conclusion.
Yeah, but like it's also like no one was expecting. So actually, I was about to do this before I hopped on. It's interesting that like Georgia, right? Like Georgia was truly like never in play until it like became in play, and that's only because Kamala became the nominee, right? When Biden was running, it wasn't in play. But when we're looking at all these bomb threats, I don't know about you guys, but back in 2020, we did not have bomb threats, right? And we did not have like falsified FBI reports popping up on the internet. So like it's almost as if, and I was talking to one of my colleagues earlier today about what was happening in Pennsylvania and what was happening in Kentucky. And she was kind of going down this like downward like spiral rabbit hole, which is what happens when you haven't slept for days, about like, is this a conspiracy? And, for me, I'm like, no one's paying attention to Kentucky because it's always been a red state, right? Like Louisville has always been like democratic in most senses because it's a college town and it's sort of like the version of Austin. But like, why would people focus on Kentucky? So it's just like when you're thinking about all these things happening in all these states, it's like, what is Russian disinformation? Like the fact that Iran was leaking emails from the Trump campaign, like that, it's just, I mean, the geopolitical lens is it's just so much, and it's so interesting. It's interesting also that like most of the foreign newspapers are covering this election almost as if they're US newspapers and educating people on why certain states and counties and like how we vote and the processes. Like, sorry, I'm on hold for another live stream, but like, and like why that matters, right? Like we didn't have that type of coverage back in 2020, and no one really cared about 2022. So it's just interesting in terms of like foreign interference, in terms of what we're seeing. And I'm also wondering how much of that is just because like we just don't have the resources to invest in election integrity on the state level.
Yeah, I mean, both as I mean, at the government level, we haven't had the resources there for maybe ever, but certainly at tech companies in the last 2 years, they've done so many layoffs that disproportionately affected the subject matter experts in this area. That like so right before you came back, Megan was asking me how things have changed when it comes to elections online in recent years. And I think one of the points I was eventually going to get to in my meandering way was just that it's like we didn't see so much active involvement of foreign countries prior to 2016. And part of that is just it's now just so much easier for anybody with connection to the internet to go on and post anything and pretend to be anybody they want. That became a thing, but I, I don't know. Like this year's felt kind of, I don't know. I've been preoccupied with like Shrimp Jesus and these other like random AI things that haven't turned out to be too harmful yet. Though I'm eager for David Evan Harris to come back and explain to me what I'm missing. And I'm probably missing things because we don't know for a long time. But
Okay, but like, yeah, I wish I was here when David was on because I feel like I've spoken about AI and the entire global election cycle so much. I'm tired of talking about AI in the election cycle because right, we won't be able to see its impact, and we like won't be able to know whether or not like the detection tools worked, or the labeling worked, or the watermarking worked, or whether or not the measures that companies like Google took, right, in terms of like restricting the information that Jim and I provided out to people, right? Or when people are using Meta AI in terms of the information that was being shared, or were people being redirected to proper sources? Were people using these LLM models like Google almost, right? Or are we going to see like examples down the line where lesser known AI companies, right? Because we saw this in India, were being used for micro targeting. They were being used to create images and text campaigns. But these companies aren't based in the US, and so they're not adhering to whatever made up rules that we have around AI usage within like the election, right? So it's just I'm curious, I'm curious to see like what the reports look like post-election, right? But like we've always had chatbots, we've always had astroturfing, we've always had manipulated media, we've always had disinformation campaigns, we've always like, when I say always, I mean like always. And so it's I just don't know if it really made that much of a difference, right? Like things that were amplified already confirmed or deepen people's questions around candidates in certain issue areas. And like Progress 2028, right? That's not AI. That's literally an Elon Musk funded nonprofit that created an organization to mirror the Harris campaign and create quote unquote policies that had like, if you write like closely, had like a few things off, but sounded pretty like on par with something that she would have said. But then you look closely, it's like, no, all this has been fact checked and debunked. Yeah. Right. So it's just like, you know, is it AI or is it we just have more money and more technology coming in from other places and less guardrails because people have figured out that they can buy systems and manipulate systems?
Yeah, and like I mean, so as people, like we tend to repeat history, and when it comes to new technology, because we have the status quo bias, we are comfortable with what we know, and generally, as we get older, with the greater the probability is that we're going to be apprehensive or terrified of some new technology, and like I mean, there's plenty of conversation still going on about social media, but so much of the attention has shifted to AI in the last year or two. Like really since the launch of ChatGPT to the public, that it feels like the degree of panic there is similar to other technologies, because you're absolutely right that I mean people have been creating propaganda since they were Stone Age people. Like, there are stories of like tribes that would paint or etch incorrect maps into their cave walls that would lead rival tribes to danger if they actually like snuck into the cave and saw the map that they created. And this was done intentionally to like sabotage their rivals. And that's, I mean, many thousands of years ago. So it's like, it's nothing new. I mean, sure, like you can get higher fidelity stuff in more languages more quickly now, but like this goes way back. It's not something categorically new. And like the argument that I made in the Tech Policy Press piece from a few months ago was just that, like, okay, yeah, like AI can be really harmful, but like a lot of it is like I'm just sitting here like typing into a text box, and if I can, I don't know, if I get a multi-shot attempt, I can probably convince one of these bots to do something that it's not supposed to. And maybe it hurts me, but I did it to myself. Like I'm the only one being harmed by it at that point. Now,
Yeah.
but like the real risk and the real harm is when it gets distributed to other people, and that's what social media, mass media, like that's where it becomes really harmful. But the one caveat being like, okay, that doesn't apply if we're talking about like coming up with like biological weapons or some of the other things that like fancy AI models can do really well. But if we're just talking about like political deepfakes or like kind of nasty campaign materials, like that, like the fact that you can create that on your side, it's not that harmful until it can get in front of other people.
Yeah, right. It's the amplifier method. I have to hop in 2 minutes because I'm now up for my live stream slot. Hey, David. But like, I think the biggest difference between this election and the previous election is that you actually have election officials saying like, this is misinformation and you guys are spreading misinformation. I just got an alert from the AP that, oh my God, where was it? Oh, a Philadelphia election official denies Trump's claim of cheating, right? So like Trump made false claims earlier today about election interference in Detroit and Philadelphia, right? Like he cast his ballot and then he made these claims, and now you're having election officials who should be focusing on the integrity of the election now having to host press conferences and announce this. You're having like, it's infuriating. But back in 2020, it was almost impossible to get public statements from these election officials, right? So like if we would find like updated times, we talked about polling locations and updated polling times last time I was online, it'd be impossible to get an update from these SOS offices. And so I guess it's like also a good thing that like they're being forced to come out and say things publicly. This way people can find like real time information and from authoritative source. Maybe that's like the only good thing that's like coming out of all this misinformation out here, right? Because there was another official yesterday from Philadelphia who was like F around and find out. I don't know if you guys saw that clip, and it was wonderful. I played it on
repeat.
Great.
Yeah,
great, right?
It was fantastic.
Or that energy, but it's like DC should not be boarded up because they are worried about threats, and people thought that law enforcement they were overreacting. But then we also had someone drive up to the Capitol today who smelled like gasoline, right? And who was arrested, right? So it's just like we're already seeing political violence, and like we have a long way to go until January 6th.
Not January 6th, January 20th, or I think 20th.
Oh no, I mean no, but like certification, right? So like, but that's the thing. It's just like we have to get to December 17th first, right? And you already have election officials who are saying like we are not going to certify results, right? And so it's just like you have all of these different processes for every single state. You have all of these electors who have different allegiances. They are selected by their parties. You have some people who deeply care about America and who will do the right thing. You also have people who are on record saying we will not certify, right? What do you do about that? And what do you do about misinformation around that? And then every state has different deadlines leading up to December 17th, right? And then we all go on holiday break. It's a new year. Congress is in session. We go through certification. And then we eventually get to Inauguration Day where like we can all just like, I don't know, get a villa someplace and just like zone out for like a month and never think about elections again. But it's going to take us a long time to get there when you already have candidates who are denouncing election results.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the big takeaways from 2020, where like it was never a question prior to that whoever won the electoral college votes necessary was going to be certified. But we saw so many challenges to that, and I think there was a lot of reticence and anxiety from election officials, secretaries of state and such, that probably didn't want to be in the public eye, but because they were being targeted so heavily by some of the public figures, some of the political elites, and therefore being kind of stalked by some people on social media and then in their personal lives being threatened, that now maybe they might be more like preemptive and comfortable speaking ahead of time, saying no, that is just a lie, that is misinformation, and not like ordinarily they wouldn't have to do that, but because of the experience in 2020 and
They have to.
2021, yeah, absolutely.
They have to. I mean, Brad Roethlisberger from Georgia. What's the total now? So we're looking at maybe like what, 15 bomb threats across Georgia today? Like what? Like you can't tell me that this is Georgia's important, but Georgia's not that important. That's something I would expect for like Wisconsin and Arizona and Pennsylvania in terms of the targeting, in terms like it's just interesting of the tactics and what states are being put in play, but also how election officials are showing up. Like I was joking earlier, like he might as well be a Democrat at this point in time because he's so focused on election security, making sure people can vote, right? And would he be that way if Donald Trump didn't put him in an awful position back in 2020? Oh, sorry, David, I kept talking.
That's okay. Alexis, it's really good to see you again. I'm excited to catch up sometime. And I think what you're saying is really important, so I didn't want to interrupt. I was going to have to stand longer, but.
And I'm going to drop with David, but lovely to see you all. Thank you all for everything you're doing. It's so important. And yeah, I'll see you a little later on the stream, I'm sure.
All right. Thank you.
Meet you, Megan. Yeah, dude. I don't know. And it's like I don't know how to feel right now because like it's not as bad as I expected. It's also not great. But like the misinfo that I'm seeing is just like it's not. It's almost as if it's still sophisticated, coordinated, and authentic behavior, right? It's still sophisticated CIB, but like I don't know if it's. I just don't know if like Elon made it easier for like that stuff to just thrive to where they, like foreign actors just didn't have to work as hard.
Well, I mean, notably, like Grok 2, his generative AI bot that rolled out is like the only one that is like adopted in mass by the public that generates some bad stuff. Like, I mean, Kamala with guns and Trump and Musk
Kamala
making out with
sexual
each other. And
position. Yeah, like what? Like, come on, you know? Like, I don't know. I have friends texting me, they think it's over.
why? I'm looking at the electoral map. I don't see any surprises right now. We're not going to know. I mean, I would be shocked if we knew any of Arizona, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, maybe even Minnesota, North Carolina, Virginia, Georgia. Like, I'd be shocked if we knew the results of any of those, like, within the next 72 hours.
Hold on, I'm sorry.
That's gonna be bad. yourself. Hey, Eric. We have a holding screen showing right now, but let's see. No, that right now we are. Oh, all right. Now we have Eric Davis with us, and uh, Eric has a background in election integrity, but both from the technology side and then also with curing ballots that were challenged. So, welcome, Eric. Oh no, I can't hear you. Did I? Oh no, there you are.
Hear me
Okay,
now.
you're back.
Yeah. One of the wonderful things about, us folk know-it-alls in the tech sector is how often we forget that our mic is set to mute. Or we could just say it's a UX thing and not, blame the user. Anyway,
Hey, you're talking to a user
yeah,
experience researcher here.
exactly. So, yeah, this is not my day job. I'm doing volunteer work on the side. And excuse me, the past, ever since 2016, I've been, for the election cycles, midterms as well, I've been going down to Maricopa to volunteer there for the, as part of the state Democrats voter protection program. And I'd like to say it was Maricopa. I chose that just because I had the foresight to anticipate issues, but it's my in-laws live there, so it's much more convenient. And so I didn't go down this time around because my in-laws being in-laws, they were very concerned about my health and well-being and my safety there. And it's been kind of this escalating thing every time. Are you sure, Eric? Are you sure you want to go this time? So I've just been trying to help remotely. As I was saying to you, Matt, a couple of minutes ago, I mean, this is some of the other work that's happening, like people like Alexis are doing, it's just really extraordinary and important. So this is just some comparatively more modest things. But yeah, what I did think was interesting is that the ballot curing, some of these sessions have been overcapacity. And so the process by ballot curing, it's, it differs from state to state. Excuse me. So in a state like Arizona, if you mail in your ballot and you forget to sign, there are certain rules and notifications that should hopefully take you to the point where you do resolve it. Or if your signature does not match the one that's on file, you have to follow a certain set of steps. And the last election, so the current governor of Arizona, I think the final vote count, she won by maybe 287 votes. So, I mean, as it has been the case more and more in this land, those few votes can really make a difference. And actually, this process is going to continue past the election date for certain types of curing. So if you haven't signed it and you're in Arizona, you have a little bit of recourse. It is interesting how it changes from county to county in terms of the process. Like in some cases, you can basically upload a picture. In the training process is just also fun from almost a sociological standpoint. The cross section of volunteers, kind of ranging from, I guess, know-it-all tech people like us or like me who don't know where the mute button is, to people that I would shudder to spend a family Thanksgiving with doing tech support for. It is like kind of a combination of low and high tech, the way they go about it. But one of the funny things about the training, they show you how signatures do change over time. And they actually had these photos of, here's Richard Nixon's first public facing signature that we had access to, and and you see it over time, how it changes. Which I guess is different, I mean, this is an important side note. If you ever saw the original movie Highlander, they put the person's signature together and it was absolutely the same handwriting over hundreds of years. But I guess that's the one part of the movie that wasn't realistic. So I had seen posts like in Michigan, other places. And I also found it notable, like I hadn't heard of it happening in previous elections. And it was kind of like, okay, I mean, we all have our hopes about what's going to happen tomorrow, tonight, this upcoming week. But there really is, it just, in a strange way, it reminded me of the David McCullough's Truman, actually, biography, when they're doing the whistle stop campaign, and they just kind of picked up on a mood or just kind of this overall vibe that was changing. And so, yeah, I haven't seen anything like this, of course. I'm just thinking what else might be noteworthy, but there is no lack of volunteers, and it's just a matter of kind of helping to focus them on the right places. And I caught some of the conversation earlier about Arizona. I think it's also notable, that first time around when there was talk about, even early kind of talk about, okay, the Democrats are going to see election, and the Democrats are kind of worried that the Republicans were going to do it, and they had a sophisticated operation from day one, like just in terms of the escalation and when the so-called and feel free to interrupt with any questions or comments because I'm monologuing to some extent, albeit I'm sure gloriously. But there were the whole Sharpiegate thing. Which was, of course, like many things, a red herring. But like we started getting texts on the ground as poll watchers. Okay, were they using Sharpies here? What does that mean? Did it run through? And without kind of giving too much visibility into how a particular party does the escalations. I mean, it was sophisticated, and you've got lawyers at different levels. And I think Alexis, again, I only caught part of the conversation, but she spoke to some of that as well. So I'd hope to do something a little more along the lines of Boiler Room, which is one of the escalation levels. But I made the decision not to go down to Arizona a little late, and there were some other factors. And by then, again, just in terms of volunteers, the place had already, the virtual rooms, so to speak, and the lists were already packed. And so it's kind of like there's a surplus of people wanting to volunteer in areas, and it's figuring out how to sort of funnel that energy elsewhere. But
what
I
kind
was,
of
mhm.
what kind of checks are there on people that are curing ballots? Like, what's to stop you from saying, "Oh, well, I don't like the way they voted. This signature doesn't look so great."
Well, I mean, this is all done remotely, and there's a process like, I mean, all this stuff is highly targeted, right? Like if you're canvassing, for the most part, like the doors you're going to knock on, right? And there's a certain history. Um, for curing, all the information is shared by the counties with the two major parties. I don't know, if that's the case with the other parties, but you have a targeted list of people for your party that you're calling. You still, of course, you don't know who they voted for. Now, if you're on the ground as a poll observer, and your job is to help anybody. I mean, it's kind of your basic democracy on the ground. For the ballot curing, it's much more targeted, and so it's not your part to try to influence anybody's decision or validate or anything. And of course, that would be counterproductive. But there's guidance in terms of how to focus your time, with specific people.
Yeah, I think I've spent maybe too much time in the integrity space where assuming a lot of bad actors trying to intentionally do things bad. But like, what's to stop, say, an activist that finds themselves in this role to, like, I don't know if like Kerry Lake or somebody was like, oh, I want to be checking these ballots, or what was it, the cyber ninjas that came into like examine
Right.
the bamboo content of the ballots in Arizona in 2020.
Hey, it was never proven that it didn't exist. So I gotta be careful what I'm saying. Who knows what kind of people are watching? In this case, it's not a matter of a political party's judgment. So you didn't sign your ballot when you sent it in. The registrar of voters, the county, is going to notify you. And particular counties, you'll get something in the mail. You might get a automated, robocall or even a text message. So the person at the other end of the line, they're not involved in assessing that. Your job is just to ensure that they actually resolve the problem. Whether it's their signature or not doing it. I think where it can get more dicey is if you're a poll watcher on the ground, and I mean, especially in a place as colorful as Arizona. I mean, I do regret I just not being able to go, but on the other hand, I mean, there's just the variables have increased pretty dramatically in that area.
I mean, even in 2020, like that, there was violence there well before January 6th. Like the night that people were still voting, I remember seeing videos of people banging on the windows of one of the polling places.
Yeah, it was pretty remarkable. I mean, and then you're on your way to a polling place and you stop at a strip mall to grab a bite to eat, and you see somebody, with a pickup truck, and they're putting a pretty powerful looking weapon, let's say, just kind of onto the rack, without making judgments about that, about the rightness or wrongness. It's just, okay, this is, a certain environment, and you see different people kind of walking around and getting within the polling area. And so, there are some incidents where you really start to get concerned. I should mention that every time I did that, my counterparts from the other party, they're all just, trying, kind of all just, citizens trying to do their part. And it was a lot of fun just having general conversations with people as well. I think a lot of people, they get so caught up and they just forget about that part. But yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, I think, like, as we know all too well, the most extreme and most radical people are the ones that tend to get the most attention. But I've been a precinct worker in the past. I've run polling locations many years ago, and like the people that volunteer for this stuff, they tend to be people that just they love their community and they care about the democratic process, lowercase d democratic process, and like it, like most Americans are that way. It's just that
Yeah.
like the average person, like it's not a very I don't know, it's not a very sexy thing. It's not to be moderate or respectful. So
Right.
like the toxic stuff is always what's bubbling up on social media and in mass media. So yeah, I mean, it's always nice to hear confirmation that
Yeah.
people on the ground are doing the right thing.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the most problematic people I encountered in the different cycles was actually the election administrator for one place, and that was the right kind of at the outbreak with. I mean, it was the first kind of COVID cycle, and I got there, and he was just about in the middle of quitting for one reason or another, and he's the one person walking around without a mask, and you know. Again, during this time period, you're especially sensitive about that. Yeah, I suggested to him that maybe he should have one on, which was completely out of place for me. And I was kind of lucky that I didn't get ejected. But when sort of his next level person came, you know, and I chatted with him and he was like, it's all right, but you really shouldn't have done that. But it was also that same day that, so, you know, sometimes you're inside, sometimes you're outside. Was it after last election, the one before now? Arizona passed a rule that folks from out of state couldn't do the kind of the indoor poll watching, right? You know, outside agitators or some such. Starts to sound like a graduate, but I had an outdoor shift that same day because we actually did inside and then outside. And this one woman, I remember her walking out of the polling center, and it was kind of like, hooray, I'm done. I can go back to Florida now. And, you know, okay. So, you know, I approached her like, hey, everything okay? Which was just an opener because I was really curious what was going on there. And she's like, yeah, I just didn't feel comfortable mailing my ballot. So I drove here from Florida. Like, wow.
I mean, I'm not the most trusting of the postal service, but that's a long drive.
Yeah. Yeah. But citizenship, I guess I choose to look at it that way.
Yeah, no, that's shows how much people really care about the democratic process and having their voice heard.
So, actually, what are we seeing? Which state called it for Trump?
So Ian Tingen said that AP called Iowa.
Oh, that's old. Yeah.
Real Clear Politics is showing that they're projecting Trump to have won it.
Mm-hmm.
They're also now projecting, not surprisingly, California and Oregon for Harris. I know.
Wow, that's
the nail biter we've been hanging on.
Yeah, that's a pretty bold. Somebody could get fired for that. Yeah, so I've just been, like I said, watching bits and pieces. I mean, I really do wonder. I mean, a lot of this, the misinformation, the disinformation, if it just is actually all within that same little echo chamber, where, you know, it's candy by people who have already been, you know, eating this stuff, so it doesn't have any effect, or maybe just kind of, you know, increases the addiction. I don't know, to really torture a metaphor, or is that an analogy? Yeah.
Like or as? Is there a like or as in it?
Right. Oh yeah, then it's a simile.
Oh gosh. So, what all have you seen much today that has caught your eye?
I'm just, I think like a lot of, well, today is, up until now, it's kind of felt sort of surreal. I don't think I've seen anything aberrant. I mean, it's more just areas of concern and how much that kind of pit in your stomach depending on your particular political preference, if it increases or decreases. I mean, there are kind of patterns that seem a little too familiar from 2020. I worry every time I see, like on CNN or one of these other channels, like Georgia, where you have the people in the background, and I worry about them, and still how easily they could be identified and so forth. What have been the top reports so far that we're seeing royally? I'd say somebody who's not doing the actual work.
Yeah, I mean, having been sitting here all day and learning how to use a streaming tool for the first time, I've not seen a whole lot. I've like everything feels pretty normal, like eerily so. I guess like the strange things that have the most alarming things have been the bomb threats that were this morning in Georgia, and Alexis was reporting on more bomb threats that occurred there, and then maybe also in Nevada later on in the day.
Mm.
So that's curious. And Brad Raffensperger, who he's the Republican Secretary of State, Georgia, like he doesn't strike me as the type that wants to be particularly vocal about anything.
Right.
But
Mhm.
after 2020, he was kind of sucked into the political mess by a very famous phone call or infamous phone call maybe. And like he came out pretty quickly after I saw that first story, just saying that it looks like one, the bomb threats weren't credible, and then two, it looks like they originated from Russia, which is that seems like a new thing. I don't recall. I mean, Russia does lots of strange things with other countries' elections, but I don't recall them sending bomb threats before.
I mean, like CISA and other organizations have been doing so much, right, leading up to this, and so you don't know just the breadth and depth of what's happening in the background, because when you hear, okay, it's from Russia, presumably it wasn't because the person who answered the phone said, it sounds like they have a Russian accent. It sounds like they sound like a Bond villain or something. And so, okay, it was a spoofed phone number. Did they have some external resources helping them? How did the call come in? I mean, that'll all be kind of interesting stuff to find out afterwards how they would know that it's Russian. I mean, I did see that in Pennsylvania, some judges authorized polling places to stay open a little bit longer. I mean, in a strange way, it's kind of reassuring it's Russia, I don't know, versus it coming from inside the house, or sort of the equivalent of some students trying to skip an exam, by calling it a bomb threat or something.
Yeah.
I mean, it's all this work and everybody's doing, and we still, we don't know what it's going to tip the scale.
And it's wild how few votes can decide so much. Like in 2016, it really came down to about 70,000 votes, like to decide 4 different states. And this year it could be similar. Even though like there's a tendency for Democrats to win the popular vote now, just because of how clustered they are in highly populated locations, but still barely win the Electoral College or even lose the Electoral College, like they've done twice now in the last 24 years. Or well, I don't want to say anything today, but they've done so twice. But yeah. I was expecting something wild to happen. I guess it's still early, but
and we haven't seen. I think a lot of us were worried about kind of the October surprise. I mean, it just every day of the week, I guess, in some ways. But yeah, I think there was the expectation something much worse. And maybe one side or the other, just didn't think it was needed.
It also might be a contrast effect because, I mean, so this summer, Biden obviously dropped out, which is unheard of, an incumbent candidate running for re-election and then just deciding, I'm out about 112 days before the election, and then the VP standing up an entire apparatus that quickly, and then 2 assassination attempts on Trump, so maybe we're just jaded after all the chaos.
Yeah, the October surprises were organic.
Yeah.
Right.
And I don't know about you, but I would welcome our politics being a little bit less exciting.
Yeah. I was speaking with somebody actually from Australia earlier today, and they had mentioned, it's a contrast with the U.S. In that the government, it's maybe a little too easy to pass legislation.
In the U.S. or in Australia?
Yeah, in Australia versus the U.S. in terms of over-regulating. Kind of compared to here, where even if it's not that polarized, it's all designed, the whole system is to force people to pump the brakes. So yeah, I think that's kind of a nice boredom, I guess, when nobody's able to make any progress for good or for bad. But we might see something a lot different depending on the outcome tomorrow. Yeah, I haven't just not seen a lot else. And of course, we haven't really, I'm probably not the first person to mention this tonight, or I'm sure there'll be endless news reports irritating. Well, it was not the year of deepfakes. Has there been anything? Alexis and a few of us did a panel at TrustCon about this, kind of leading into the election, and whether or not we'd really see something that would move the dial. In the U.S., have we seen? I don't think I've seen anything that's credible. I think that anything that did is probably at the local level where it's under the radar and you don't have a million people reporting about some low budget AI. Or have you come across anything?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of surprising to me how little we've seen at the national level for deepfakes. The most notable ones are from previous elections, like the slow Pelosi kind of stuff.
Which is
I'm sure I would be
deepfakes.
I'd be surprised if there wasn't something like that at the local level, but we might not ever learn about those because there's just so little investigation into that, and it's also hard to prove because many of the AI detection tools don't work very well, or they'll work at that moment for a particular type of content, and then there's innovation, and then it no longer works.
No.
So,
well, I've had
I was just gonna say that.
I was just.
Go ahead. Sorry. Yep.
I was thinking about the platforms. A lot of it's been pretty well, managed, and of course, it's always another thing that's easy to say if you're on the outside and you're not having to contend with all the different variables. But I even used one of the platforms when I was researching state ballot initiatives, and it's still too soon to rely on it. So I kind of I cross-reference the information, but it kind of was moving toward the promise of what we would hope that it could be in terms of enabling more political engagement. It was very okay, here's the argument, give me a counter argument, give me a counter argument. So there's good promise. I did have a disappointment earlier today because I was just trying to have one of the platforms, I won't mention which, just do a mashup of the I voted, button and the scream. It's public domain, but it was still a content policy violation, because apparently what did it say? Like, the scream is associated with themes of existential distress, and it violates their policies to combine that with something that evokes the voting process.
So, so
very disappointing.
I've spent so many years in politics that when you say the scream, my first thought is not the famous piece of artwork that most people listening to this probably would have guessed, but rather Howard Dean in his primary campaign in 2004, the Dean scream. I'm like,
right.
How do you put a sticker on a scream? And what's existential about it? Actually, I remember it.
Well, then you're getting like one hand clapping kind of stuff there. Yeah. And of course that's tame now in comparison. Oh no, he screamed.
Yeah. So it was wild. In 2016, I often host like debate watching parties and these kinds of things, and just bring people together and share in the experience together. And back in 2016, there was like one night I just got home and I was like gonna lie down on the couch, have dinner, and go to sleep. And I turn on the TV and I'm like clicking through the channels and I see, C-SPAN is replaying the debate. I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, I'll watch this. I'm that big of a nerd. I'll watch this. So I open it and I thought it was going to be the Hillary Donald debate, but no, it was Obama Romney. And I had turned it on, I don't know, maybe like 45 seconds before the infamous line of, binders full of women. And
right.
This was 4 years after that happened. And it was such an interesting psychological experience for me, because I remember in 2012, I was thinking, oh yeah, that's I don't like that he said that. And it's not like the phrasing is poor, but the sentiment wasn't bad at all. Like
no,
because like what he said was that his staff brought him a list of people that were candidates for a position, and he's like, why are these all white men? Why do they look like us? And then he said, it's no good, go back. And then they came back with binders full of women. And like, yes, that's a very quotable statement, but
right.
That like there's, if anything, it's kind of like it's a sign like, oh yeah, he cares, like he wants to like make sure that he's considering all the best candidates. But it wasn't terrible. And then like especially juxtaposed to what the dialogue was in 2016, where you've got Hillary said some pretty talking about deplorables, and then Trump talking about how the Second Amendment is going to be the way that people protect themselves from Hillary's whatever policies. So like the rhetoric just changed. Like I thought it was bad in 2012 and before, so much so that I started a nonprofit to combat the incivility in politics. And then 2016 is like, oh my goodness, this is I never would have forecast how bad that got.
Yeah, I mean, I think about, and I have to go in a second, but I think about sort of, okay, are there precedents that might be comforting, right? And well, there was, I mean, maybe, like people talk about there was the Gilded Age, right? And that beget, right, the kind of the original progressives, I think. I'm really rewinding far back, so I may not have my information right, but sometimes it's kind of going too far in one direction does spur, renaissance in the other. So, yeah, hopefully that's the direction we're going. I'm really trying to think of a nicer, more upbeat way to exit. But maybe you have a nice segue. Better. But thank you for having me on here.
Sure. Thank you, Eric. Great seeing you.
Yeah. Good luck. Good luck to us all.
Thanks.
Bye.